We will call this meeting to order. I'm going to ask Sue if she would do roll call, please.
Kim Winter.
Here.
Andrea Fick.
Present.
Chuck Melkey.
Here.
Autumn Henry.
Here.
Carrie Germain.
Here.
Alyssa Bouchard is absent.
Thank you. All right. I'd also like to invite all of you to join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everyone. Before we move forward, I just want to share that our board member, Holly Jarvis, has resigned from the board, and that leaves an opening for an appointment. We wish Holly all the best, and we're very grateful to her for her years of service. Notification and the process to apply for the open board position are posted on the district website and have been submitted for publication in our local papers. Interested individuals should submit their letter of intent and a resume to Sue Gould, slated here at the end. That her contact information is in the notification on our website by July 9th at 4 p.m. The board has a meeting scheduled on July 16th and at 6 p.m. for public interviews and appointment to the position. So wanted to make sure that everyone knew that. And with that, I believe we can go forward for our public comment that is agenda specific. If anyone would like to address the board, please come forward to the podium, state your name, and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And there will be a second opportunity later in the meeting. No one? Oh.
I'm going to read this declaration of opposition to unlawful sale and demolition of Moorish Elementary School.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you state your name for our secretary?
I'm
please?
Leah Davis. I live in Lundy Township. So the declaration of opposition to unlawful sale and demolition of Moorish Elementary on behalf of the people of Swartz Creek and Genesee County to Swartz Creek School Board, Michigan Department of Education, Michigan Attorney General, Office of the Auditor General, all whom it may concern, we, the undersigned residents, taxpayers, and defenders of constitutional governance declare the following. Factual assertions. Number one, Moorish Elementary School is a public asset built, funded, and maintained with local and state taxpayer funds. Number two, evidence indicates that it is being sold or transferred to a private NGO with public funds laundered through state-level programs, including the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, MEDC, or other funneling mechanisms. Number three, the community has not consented to this sale or demolition, and the process lacks public transparency and procedural due process. Number four, this action appears to violate the will of the people and constitutes a fraudulent conversion of public property into private hands, potentially for corporate or political gain. Constitutional violations and legal standing. First Amendment, right to petition and assembly. Any effort to silence community members who oppose the sale, whether through restricted public comment, removal from meetings, or refusal to answer lawful questions, constitutes a direct violation of the First Amendment. Fifth Amendment. The takings clause. The demolition and sale of Moorish Elementary School without public consent, just compensation, or valid legal process qualifies as an unlawful taking. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Here, public property is being converted for private use with zero benefit or input from the public. The 14th Amendment, due process. Any attempt to offload or demolish a school without notice, hearing, or opportunity for public challenge violates procedural due process. A decision of this magnitude must include, public hearings. Notice to affected residents. Opportunities for FOIA access and redress failure to follow these steps violates the due process rights of every affected taxpayer, parent, student, and community member. Michigan Constitution, Article 1, Section 3, and Section 17. Section 3, the people have the right to instruct their representatives and to petition the government for redress of grievances. Section 17, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Is that it?
That is, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right.
I'm going. Sorry, I was just waiting. Brian Bender, 1982, graduate of Swartz Creek High School and Moorish Elementary. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Michigan, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office as a member of the Board of Education of the Swartz Creek School District according to the best of my ability. I'm sure you all remember you read that oath when you took this job. Just over 2 weeks ago, we found out that Superintendent Hetherington was leaving, unbeknownst to some board members. I would like to ask tonight if you board members would tell me who knew in April that he was leaving. Autumn? No. Mr. Melky?
No, I didn't know.
Jim?
I know he was leaving
In April.
Absolutely not.
No, I did not. He was not hired until June 19th.
I knew when he was hired, but when did he let you know he was applying?
I knew prior to that that he had applied for the position.
In April?
I don't know when it was. You asked when
When?
we knew that he was leaving. It was
Okay,
it
then
was
let me
June
restate-
19th, Thursday, June 19th.
Let me restate my question. When were you aware that he had applied for another position?
I don't know.
Madam President, can I just take back
Yes.
its public comment, not question and answer?
Okay, that's fine. I'll continue. The lack of communication, I believe that several members were aware previous to his public announcement that he was applying for this job and subsequent receiving the position, which to me points to a lack of communication with board members, which is very troublesome and highly inefficient. Now, the part that we did discuss last week was NDAs. We discussed, did any board members or Rod sign an NDA? Anybody here want to tell me that they did or did not? Or is that
As
just
was
another
stated,
question?
you can comment, and your time is.
Okay.
I did not.
You have 1 minute.
You did not?
I'm not afraid. Yeah, I did
Okay.
not.
Now on to the topic of tonight, the possible sale of Moorish Elementary, better known as Maple Hill LLC, with Tim Herman, Tyler Russmeyer, and his sidekick made a presentation the other night at the Mundy Township Board meeting. They said that they would be making a presentation tonight to buy the school. A school that you have put $3 million into in the last few years, perfectly functioning school, 452 students go to that school. My question tonight for you is, why would we even consider this when there is no plan, there is no business, there is no site plan? Before we move ahead, and Leah touched on this, the law clearly states back in 1963, public dollars cannot be used for a business, a private business, without a supermajority of allocation of that money. That has not happened. If you even vote on this tonight, you will be breaking the law. Please do the right thing. Right on time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, seeing no one else? Oh,
Hi there, Don Ludwig, 5141 Maple Avenue. I guess my biggest first question would be when Rod let some of the board members know that they were leaving, was this before or after the vote of the contract, his contract? Because I believe that passed, I don't know, maybe 6-7 weeks ago or so that would be a big concern. So if you knew if he was leaving or possibly leaving, why would we extend his contract? The second thing I have is if there is any type of vote or anything with this board, I hope you guys would consider this. There's quite a few, to me, this is me, conflict of interest. There's a lot of connections here. Carrie, I know you're friends with Dallas, which turns to be Tyler Rossmessler's father-in-law. You don't call?
I have a lot of acquaintances.
Oh, he could be acquaintance. I know he gave you the nickname of Dorothy, and you call him Scarecrow. So I would think that's a little bit more than friends. My next conflict of interest would be the real estate. Where would this new school go? I hope it doesn't go on the corner of Moorish and Hill, because that's another, to me, that would be a conflict of interest. We own the property, we sold the property, and now we could possibly need property to build a new school. So that's my other one. My other conflict of interest would be Jamie sitting here to the right of me. She lives inside the megasite zone. She has moved outside of the megasite zone, and she obviously she had to sign an NDA for selling her home, and has obviously had to deal with the Maple Hill LLC. So if there is any type of conflict of interest from me and the residents, I would say just please excuse yourself from any type of vote or any type of decision, because there is a lot of pieces that are out there. I'm sure they're going to go over letter of support, how great this thing is going to be for the school, and everybody's going to want the new school. Well, we don't have a buyer, we don't have an application. They do have, I think, roughly 31 people or businesses that are letter of support, which are plumbers, construction companies, and landscapers. You can go on their website and see. I have challenged some of them, Kogel's, MTA, Mott. They have all pulled their letter of support. So the people that are for the letter of support are the ones to make money off of it, not the residents. We've done our own surveys. Every survey, 90% of the Mundy Township residents does not want that. I don't have the stats in front of me. Sue Dishwa and Denise Smith did those. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
What website are you talking about? Just answer one question. What website? You said that's on a website.
Flint, Genesee Economic Development, underneath
Okay.
Advanced Manufacturing.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Staten. I come before you tonight because for very many months I have been wondering and asking the same questions that all of you and all of the residents behind me are asking is, what is coming? So we wait, we sit during board meetings, we sit during all meetings throughout the county, and we wait to hear. I think a lot of people are really scared right now because of the fact that transparency has not been in the forefront from the beginning of this project. And I say that in all honesty because had it been brought out to the point to where it was transparent in all aspects, regardless of what the issue is, the sale, the purchase, transparency is key. If you can't be transparent, then what are we doing? Because that's what the true American way is being transparent. So I come before you today because I am here and I'm worried just like everybody else. I live in Swartz Creek School District. I pay school taxes, and I want to know where my money's going. So I think that is the whole problem here, is the fact that the way this has been handled from the get-go, from the start, and it didn't just happen last month, last year. This has been an ongoing problem and an ongoing issue for a couple of years now. And that's where the lack of transparency comes in, and that's what scared the people. And that's where our people are at right now, is the unknowing. As I stated before in a board meeting here, it's the unknowing that scares people the most. I can't find one person here today that says, I want to die. You know why? Because you're scared to die. it's the unknowing. And I emphasize that, and I come here tonight in the hopes that we will finally receive that transparency that so many residents, so many of your board members, so many other members of other boards have been asking for quite some time. On that note, I hope that you truly make a decision based upon what the people are asking you to do. Not for the pocketbook, but what the people want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
One more. Hi, I'm Vicki Sturgis, Swartz Creek, lived here most of my life. I'm going to encourage you, all of you on this board, do not make a decision tonight that would be rash and irresponsible and not what's good for the community, not just for the schools, but all of the residents that live in the area, including Swartz Creek and Mundy Township and Gaines Township. There's a lot of people, residents, that are concerned about their waterways and how this mega site could affect their water. If they build something that is not good for our community, it's what, 2 miles down the road from right here. And you don't tell me that that is not going to affect right here. The stench, the smell. Do you think people are going to want to come here and move here to bring their children up here? Do you really think so? Oh, you don't have to answer, of course, but you are listening. And this, tonight, do not make any decision until you have all of the facts. Do you understand the facts? They're going to give you a bunch of baloney on how they can do this and that, but it's bubbles. It's bubbles, and it's going to pop. And our community will pay for it. Our nice homesteads and neighbors. Look at Hill Road. We've got how many houses left on Hill Road? We had homes along there, good homes that have been demolished, and for what? Tell me what they have been demolished for. These aren't blighted homes. These are nice homes. We have nice homes here in Swartz Creek. Do you think the value of these homes are going to go up if they build a stinking stench building that takes up how many miles? The home values will go down, and all you real estate people aren't going to make a dime. No, you'll be heading for the hills too, because you'll be leaving, because there won't be anything left of this town except being a ghost town. So, again, I am recommending all of you do not make any kind of a rash decision tonight, no matter what you're told, no matter what you're promised. And I understand, yes, we are in the hole financially with the school district. And this over here is not going to help us. It will not. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
My name is Gerald Roberts. I live in Flint Township. Both of my children went to Swartz Creek schools. They're grown. They have very, very good education. One went to Michigan State, one went to Ferris State. My daughter ended up getting her MRS degree at Ferris State. She met a gentleman there, and now she is married to a multimillionaire. My son went to Michigan State. He went down to Henry Ford Hospital, was in neurological intensive care. From there, he went over to Ypsilanti, to St. Joe, went back over to Henry Ford, and got his degree at 26 years old at Detroit Mercy. At 26 years old, he had his master's degree in anesthesiology. Started out with a $14,000 signing bonus at $120,000 a year. He got a Swartz Creek education. Both of my kids were very successful. Moorish is approximately a block and a half away from my house. Both of my children went there. I have been community involved with regard to soccer refereeing, coaching here at Swartz Creek. I love Swartz Creek. I was brought up in the Beecher district. I've seen it go a long ways. I went to Dowdy Elementary, a one school, one classroom school in the Beecher district. We've come a long ways, folks. I walk into some of these places and they look like there's Taj Mahals. But I also look at my tax bill. I'm 83 years old. They say the lady just had a truth in taxes, but under the Headley, I'm protected. But these people, in other words, that buy these new houses, that house value in your multiplier is based on half of that value, this SEV value, and that's the multiplier. We had a meeting over at Flint Township. One of the ladies was living out in Grand Blanc. She was paying $3,500 a year in her taxes. She moved out to Flint Township. She's paying $9,000 in taxes. Before, she was protected by the Headley. Now she isn't. I protested my taxes in 1 year. My SCV value went up $24,000. The next year it went up $9,000. That means over a $50,000 increase in my taxes. I protested that because I'm 83. I haven't got long to live. My wife's going to have to be able to live in that house with the money that she has. And with the way that the taxes are, and based on the way that the tax system is right now, she might not be able to afford that house because of the tax base. I was married in a previous, to a Flushing school system. She had her master's plus 30. She was making real good money. Very, very good money. I know what school teachers make. It's good money. I want Moorish School to stay where it is. I don't want some company coming in and making an industrial plant and my wells being ruined and the people around me, their households being ruined with regard to water, probably a water problem from whatever they want to put in there. Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
All right. Moving on. We have a consent agenda. I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Andrea, your support?
Support.
Chuck? Any comments or questions? Hearing none, Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Andrea Fick, Kim Winter,
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
5 yes.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to our Deputy Superintendent report.
All right, hello, everyone. Good to see you tonight. It's interesting that we just feel like we got out of school and already see some activity over in the football field, and next month with the band, it's going to get exciting quickly. Just a couple of things here. First off, as you know, and you've heard tonight, Rod Heatherton has accepted a position in another district. Rod has been in this district as an administrator for 21 years. He and his children graduated. They're Dragon graduates, so they're taking Dragons with them wherever they go. Zealand grabbed him up. They know they got a great one, and it was definitive 7-0. And so, Rod, we wish you all the best, and know that you're going to be great, and you'll be missed here in Swartz Creek. Secondly, our high school is in the midst now of selecting our new student board rep. And so with that, they had some outstanding candidates that have come forth, and they're in the midst of selecting one to bring. That person will be seated at the August 27th board meeting. And so I'm looking forward to see through this process who is our new student board rep. Just a quick hiring update, some interesting things. As you know, we're filling positions. We are excited about the candidate pools that we're getting for our open positions. It's way different than it was 3, 4, 5 years ago when, it seemed like our candidate pools were really slim. We're getting some really good candidates. Dave is doing a wonderful job with the processes that are in place to ensure that we're getting quality candidates. An interesting dynamic is over the last 3 years, we've had record numbers of retirements that have taken place. And so with that, we are looking forward to getting our team seated and in place for this July, and so that we can get rolling here in the fall. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Jim. I should have introduced you as Jim Kitchen, for those folks who may not be aware. Thank you. Any questions for Jim? I'd also like to mention that Rod is not here this evening. He's on a previously planned vacation with his family, and we do wish him well. There'll be opportunities for comment later in the meeting by the board. You do have some informational items in your packet, including the retirements and Rod's resignation effective July 4th. The employment of non-certified staff also, and then we are going to go on to board subcommittee reports. All right. We can find all of our subcommittees. All right, I'll start with academic achievement, then I'll move over to Andrea, and Alyssa has asked me to do her report, and then Chuck, I'll come back to you. All right, for academic achievement, we met on the 19th. We had a presentation of the handbooks that will come to us in July. Kevin Claren reviewed the updated handbooks and summarized the changes so that everyone, when they get them, can actually refer back to the areas that have been updated. We looked at Little Dragons, the athletic parent-student handbook, the virtual learning center handbook, the elementary level handbook, middle school and high school handbook, which are blended together but separate where they need to be. And as I mentioned, those will come back to the board in July. I would encourage everyone to look at those and prepare any questions you might have. Also, we looked at a purchase proposal for Being a Reader, which is proposed to use Section 35M funds, and that grant is due by 7/11, July 11th, and that is in our packet tonight. So I would encourage you to look favorably on that. And there are details. It's $44 per student. I'm looking for Michelle. There she is. $44 per student. We're eligible possibly in this grant. Is that correct?
It's a base of 30. The grant guarantees a base amount of $30,000 plus a per pupil amount for our fall 2024 K-12 numbers. So basically, we are going to receive $182,325.80 from the grant at a minimum. Once all the districts in Michigan apply and they know how much money districts are asking for, all the leftover funding in that grant is going to be divided out among those districts that are asking to purchase these Tier 1 literacy materials. So it's highly likely that this amount will increase, but it will be no less than.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate that. So that is in our board action items tonight. Additionally, there were no public comments, but we did thank Kevin Claren for sharing his information over the years and for the updates that he had provided that day. He is retired, has officially retired from the district, and so we wish him the best and well. I think there's some fishing in his future. So that's all I had for academic achievement. Let's see, going on to policy, Andrea.
So forgive my voice, I'm got a little bit of a cold here, so. Policy was actually called to order at 9:47. Myself, Carrie, Jim, Dave Simonson, Michelle Paul were in attendance. We basically went over the True Run every year, gives us a policy update, kind of a thinner package this year than normal, but because of the academic achievement policy running over a little bit, we didn't get through all of it. We got through about half. We'll finish up the rest at next month's meeting, and then we'll come to the board for the first, for our first read. There were no public comments, no committee comments. We adjourned at 10:27 a.m.
Thanks, Andrea. Any questions for Andrea?
I have one just based on what's written here. I know that about, this is June, January, February, I raised a little bit of heck because on one policy reading, I misspoke myself. Up until then, we always had 2 policy readings, and here it says we're going to have 2 policy readings. I take it that's what we're going to have, right? Because you have a first read. Just a first read? Yeah. So what are we? Okay. All right, so are we going to do 1 read or 2 reads from now on?
We're not required to do 2 reads.
Well, what's the plan, I think?
Well, it says first read. If it was just a read, it would just say read. This one says the first read. I asked this, there was a heated discussion about this in February, and I said that you guys changed the policy and there was not 2 reads on it. And you said you did not have to have 2 reads. And I said, for the last 7 years I've been here, we've been doing 2 reads of a policy. We can go back and look at it. And now it's saying a first read. So are we going back to 2 reads? Because in that little bit of discussion on January, February over the internet policy, you said we're only going to do 1 read and that's all we need to do. So I want to be clear, what are we doing, 1 read or 2 reads from now on? I want consistency.
We're not required to do 2 reads.
But we've been doing 2 reads, though. We have been.
It's a practice, not a policy.
Okay. So there's no policy. And it's a practice.
There's not a requirement.
Okay.
So when will we know if there's going to be 1 or 2?
I was just pointing out we weren't discussing it tonight because we didn't
I know
go
that,
through the
Andrea.
whole thing.
Andrew, I was just confused because it said first read.
Yeah.
It says a first read.
It does.
And so now I'm thinking, are we going back because there's a first read to a second read? Are we going to stay with the first read? Because we already went over this, and I just want to get it clear so we can have some continuity on what the heck we're doing up here.
I mean, I think 1 read is, we go through it through policy meeting, right? And then the board has a chance to read through it. Is there really a necessity to read through it a second time?
I'm not saying it's necessarily. I
Okay,
just
then
want to know
we'll
what
stick
we're
with
going
1
to do.
read. If everybody's good with that.
I mean, I
It's
like
not my
2,
decision.
just to sit with it, but that's
What's
just
that?
me. I prefer 2, just to sit with it, but that's just me. I don't know how everybody else feels, but I like to digest what I read sometimes.
Maybe we should
Go home
put it
and
in
think on
policy and
it.
procedures, either put first read or second read or no.
What that means, Autumn, is you get it at the next meeting, once we've gone through the
Right.
policy, like,
No, I get it.
at that meeting, when we're all done with it, we'll go over what changes we
Yeah.
discussed at policy.
Yeah.
A lot of them aren't changes anyways. It's from the lawyers, right? This isn't us doing handbook changes. This is what the lawyers tell us. The laws have changed.
Right.
And so we have a chance, and then you have a chance to digest it until the
Yeah, I
next.
get what it means. I'm just saying, like, I just prefer 2. I just like more time to think about stuff. I don't like making rash decisions, if you will. Like, I just like to sit on it.
Understandable.
Yeah.
You can also come to the policy meeting and go through it with us. That's actually
You
when
wanna
we're
make that
making the
when we
meat
get it
of the
over?
decision
Yeah.
on what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Is actually in the subcommittee meeting.
Yeah, and I've asked that that time be changed because I work.
I've
And
never
so-
gotten that memo.
Yeah.
To change
Very-
that.
But yeah, I
I would
have, because I've
also-
tried to attend.
I would also ask if we could maybe talk about the time of the meeting, because I'm unable to make it also. And I do like to go to the policy meetings. Maybe we could discuss that in the future.
If you guys want to shoot me an email and give me, I hadn't heard that either one of you wanted a different time. We did this back in January. We agreed on the times of of all of the subcommittee meetings. So
Yeah.
if you throw it out there, then I'll know. But that's first I've heard that you didn't like the time.
I think why we had 2 policy readings is that, if everybody recalls, they always put 6 or 7 options in there, right? Is that a yes or no? Does everybody agree with that?
Not that I noticed. This is,
They make it blue, red, and yellow, and they say that we can go with option A, option B, or option C. And then people have questions because before they make a policy change, they want to know what that A, B, C is. It's always been that way since I've been here 7 years. They've had a yellow, a red, and a blue, and it says because the attorney gives us a choice, and he says, this is what I recommend, but underneath law, you could make it C or D, or, I'm sorry, A, B, or C. And I think that's the confusion on some of it, and I don't know, I can read through it and kind of figure it out, but maybe some members that can't make the board meeting, when they read it the first time, they have questions on it, which would go to you because you're the chairperson of it, and then they can gnaw on it for a couple of weeks, and then come back and say, okay, I figured it out. Or maybe we can figure it out that day, but we got to have some type of continuity because back in January, February, I was upset because they said we read it once and we passed it. And for 7 years, we've always had 2 readings. And then this confused me here, Andrea. I'm not trying to, but this said first
And that's fine.
reading. Yeah.
And when I say like because what went through the other day, it was either like intentionally, most of it was, we already had it in place, or it was intentionally in place. There were no options. It
Okay.
was red or it was blue.
On that one. On that
Yes,
one.
red or blue, like it was either in or out, and just so the public knows, when the lawyers tell us when laws have changed, we don't really have a choice on some of these policies that are, they're law. And so when they give us these policies to review, they will come to us and say, here, in red, you have to make this change. We don't have, there's sometimes options.
There's
and I
always a
know-
blue and yellow in there, not all the time, but
Sometimes.
75% of the time. And I look at it and say, what's best for the district? And I think that needs
Yeah.
to be a little bit of a more insight, and maybe just not one reading, so we didn't jump into something, we have to go back and revisit it. It's up to you, I don't care. I just want to know, because I was confused with the first read on your sheet here. That's
So you're saying at the next meeting, once we've gone through the whole packet at the policy subcommittee meeting, which are open meetings, public is welcome to come to those as well.
I'm sure they're going to love going to those.
We bring it to, they're pretty boring, bring it to the board for a first read, then you'd have a whole month to look at it, and then a second read, and then we vote on it after that.
That's what we did for 6 years.
So then we're not voting on it for basically almost 3 months. Do we have that time frame? I don't know.
If it's not required by law imminently, and I'm looking at Mr. Simonson, then we do have the time. However, you will be revisiting it at a different point, which is why we went to the one read.
One read, because next month, because we're not voting on it next month, we're just gonna read it, and then we're gonna vote on it the following month. So is that enough time for everybody to,
That's our 2 reads. That's the way it was. That's the way it was. We'd read it the first time, then everybody digested. Second month, they'd ask questions. I have questions on blue, yellow highlighting, and then we would make a choice, and we would vote. I think, and Dave's back there, and Jim could probably answer this better, if it's, and Kerry can too, if it's something pertinent with the law, then we would jump on it right away. If they say, hey, this takes effect July 1st of 2025, well, then obviously we're going to do it, because but if it's not necessary, I think that 7 members need to know on it, because everybody's going to have a difference of opinion on it, and some of us can't make it to that particular board meeting.
As was mentioned, the majority of what we have reviewed right now is what we already have in place. So it's comparing it, the new documents to the old ones, which Dave did a wonderful job doing, and identifying where we might have discrepancies or changes that are needed versus we already have that in policy. And then there are those instances that are rare, but make it more urgent, where there's been a law change where the law is effective, or the law change requires us to take immediate action.
I mean, we could come back next month and go through it, and I'll do like John used to do and say like, hey, it's already in place, and it could, as of right now, literally, there was nothing we even looked at that was a change. And it could be super simple. That would be a first read and we could vote on it, right? If it's not a policy, I say we don't, because there might be times, Chuck, where, like you're saying, there might be, I know we talked about carrying guns, right? That was a subcommittee meeting a couple of years ago, we talked about something like that, that might be more of a, we have to gnaw on it kind of situation. Maybe next month when we talk about it, if there's a need for a second read, we do that. We're not required either way.
Okay.
Does that work for everybody else? It's not my decision. What do you guys want to do?
I just like having time for questions. That's all. That's my 2 cents.
And very rarely do we have everybody show up to a meeting. I think in the history, if I've been here 7 years, all board members showed up to the Building and Operations
Right.
Committee. Yesterday, you guys all showed up to my committee, and I'm like, I was happy because we had a lot of vigorous discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you, I'm done.
All right, thank you, Andrea.
Carrie, make a decision on it, maybe you and Jim can make it. And just get us something so we know what we're doing.
Thank you, thanks for the questions and the comments, appreciate it. All right, now, we're moving on to finance, and you are on deck, Chuck. All right.
You want me to read finance?
Oh, I'm going to.
Oh, okay.
I told Alyssa I would do my best.
That's
She
fine.
and her family are on a well-deserved vacation on the way there. So, we met on the 24th, And there was a guest there to talk about the upcoming audit for this year. Every district has an audit each year. And there was a discussion about the SAS 114 meeting, an engagement letter. Alan Gamble from Lewis and Knopf, our auditors, was there, talked about the plan for the scope and timing of the audit, which is done every year, and their process to understand any kind of overrides in the journals or inquiries, updates, all the things that they do to make sure that they're testing our financial status. And then he talked about some of the areas where he might test required by law, like the federal programs, they have to be tested to make sure that everything matches. And then he will be back in the district for field work in September, and the board will receive the final audit presentation on November 18th, which is a board meeting. Next, we had the financials update, and Jamie Cowan reviewed the budget to actual financials as she does each month. And the month ending May 31st, we had general fund balances of $12,445,112. Food service was $779,493.54. Student activity funds were $895,200.62. Debt service fund was $2,596,869.84. Capital project fund was $38,332,881.62, which is a total of cash and investments of $55,049,557.62. Additionally, there was a discussion about a $27K tuition reimbursement that was offered to staff, and there were 11 district staff who were verified by the Michigan Department of Education to receive that reimbursement. There will be tonight a final budget presented, as Mrs. Cowan alluded to in her hearing presentation, and that will has a proposed ending fund balance of $10,274,329, which is approximately 20%. And we did talk about the public improvement fund transfer of $350,000. Is that correct, Jamie? Increase. As an estimated $1 million is estimated to be added to the fund balance. 25-26 preliminary budget will be presented here tonight. Jamie shared the conservative budget projection with a proposed ending fund balance of $10,274,329, which is approximately 19%. And both of these items, as was mentioned, are coming to the board tonight. The final for this year is an optional opportunity to adjust our budget, but the preliminary that will be also presented is a mandatory requirement that we have to adopt before June 30th, 2025. That's required for all school districts. We had no public comment. Kim Winters did ask about the hiring process for kindergarten aides. Mr. Kitchen shared that the process is the same for all positions, including job postings and interviews. And that was all for that meeting. Are there any questions? No? All right.
Make a motion that we accept the report as presented by the treasurer through Carrie.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Thank you, Andrea. Any comments or questions? Hearing none. Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Kim Winter,
Yes?
Autumn Henry,
Yes?
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
5 yes.
Thank you. And Alyssa, if you're watching, thank you so much for the notes. We appreciate it. Okay, Chuck, you're up.
Okay, the meeting started approximately 3:40 p.m. Directly after finance, and we had a full board there. Andrea was present, Dave Simonson was present, Kim Winter, Bill Loader, Carrie Germain, Alyssa Bouchard, Jim Kitchen, Autumn Henry, Jamie Cohen, and myself who chaired it. And we started out with the Mary Crapo update. The dugouts are being started or halfway done or somewhere along that line. The AstroTurf is going to be starting to be laid here shortly on the east side of the property. There's some flat concrete work being poured, and the first phase is almost wrapped up. There was some delay due to the heavy rain, but it should be completed here shortly. And they're hoping to catch up through the summer months, so everything hopefully will be on schedule by, I believe, mid-October, late October to have everything done. And hopefully we'll have some type of ceremonial opening of it during that time. It'd be nice and cool up. Mr. Lurvey's here that's heading up, so we put you, there you go, have it done. Yeah, okay, yeah, thanks for the pressure. Bond update. The Cage parking lot is going to be completed. Well, they started. It's going to be completed hopefully here in the next several weeks. The dry coolers are being installed at the elementary schools, and I guesstimated at 10 to 15% being completed the way Bill told us and described to us what was going on. That was it on the bond update. There was very vigorous discussion. I brought up that I believe we should have a bond oversight committee. We do not have a bond oversight committee, and we discussed it, like I said, for probably too long, but about 25 minutes. And everybody indulged me, and we agreed to have a bond oversight committee. So it's separate, it's a $40 million budget. And I nominated Alyssa to be the chair of it because she's such a good typist. And I'm going to co-chair it. And if anybody from the public would like to be on it, we'd be more than happy to maybe take a couple names, but it is open to the public. And that way we'll have a little bit better handle on making sure the projects are completed and that the bond is on schedule, and just not leave it up to a couple of staff members. They'll be there. They're doing the bulk of the work, but it's a check and balance system. So we're going to have a bond subcommittee. I'm happy about that. And if anybody would like to go, I guess call Jim and he could make arrangements. I think it's going to be done on Zoom, right, Jim? I mean, at least with the French AUK people, and then myself and Alyssa will be there with you and Jamie. Yes. Okay, great. Good, thank you. Operations update, the practice ball fields are going to clean out, repaint, and fix all the dugouts. And they're going to paint them. The track, I asked about a couple months ago, and they're already on it. Bill's going to have it painted, the holes filled and striped. And the last of the water fountains are being removed and replaced with bubblers with the filter system. And I think that was about it for building subcommittee. Did I forget anything? You guys were all there. Mm-hmm. It was amazing. It was good, yeah. So there was no discussion or no public comment because Mr. Popozik wasn't there. He usually shows up, and he missed that month. And I think I had one other thing, but I don't recall what it was. So that's it. We ended the meeting at 4:15 p.m.
Any questions for Chuck?
We're all there.
Come on, give me a hard question. Now, I gave you hard questions. Throw one down here.
I was at your meeting.
You're sickly. That's all right. That's all right. You probably don't want to say anything.
Chuck,
I'm sorry, Jamie. Go ahead. Did I forget something?
I just wanted to clarify the Cage parking lot will not be done in 2 weeks?
Oh, I said a few weeks. How many weeks?
Yeah. Well, it'll be done at the end of summer before
Oh,
school
okay.
starts.
I apologize. Can I
That's
make
okay.
a
I just
correction to
wanted
my
to
notes?
clarify.
Maybe they were starting it in a week or two.
Yes.
That's what it was. My mistake.
No, I
They're-
just wanted to
They're starting in a week or two, and it'll be completed by
Before school starts.
August.
Yeah.
The end of August. Thank you. I'll correct that in my notes. So noted, right, Carrie? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jamie. All right, next on our agenda, we have board discussion items, beginning with the 2024-25 and 2025-26 budget discussions. And I do believe that is Ms. Cowan again.
Thank you. Let's see if I can. This budget update is going to cover several things, so the slide represents my agenda for the slide presentation. We are mandated in K-12 to adopt preliminarily, as Carrie had mentioned, the next school year. We have to do that for our general fund. We also have to do it for any special revenue funds. Special revenue funds here at Swartz Creek include food service and student activities.
I highlighted food service because we actually adopted the final and the preliminary at the last board meeting along with Chartwell's contract. So I'll just cover that as just a reference. I'm also going to do the mandatory adoption of student activities. There is no final amendment change. There was nothing to change. It'll stand as amended. That happened in March. And I will walk through the general fund final budget, which, as Carrie mentioned, is our final opportunity to adjust the budget. Usually it's grants that mandate a lot of the adjustments often. I will go through the general budget assumptions for next year's budget, and finally walk through the preliminary budget figures for general fund. So let's start, and I always like to use the same format. Where did we leave off? Where are we going? So food service, just as a refresher, the final budget that was adopted is here in front of you, and it's a entirely grant-funded program, mostly federal dollars, but also some state. We are currently in the second year of universal feeding. So here at Swartz Creek, all students eat for free breakfast and lunch. That has had a positive impact on our revenue stream for food service. So total revenue is just under $3 million. Total expenditures is just over $3 million, and part of that is to maintain a spend down. Food service funds cannot have excess fund balance. The thinking behind that is if they have too much fund balance, they might not be serving the highest quality. They might not be reinvesting into the program, or if it were a fee structure, they might be charging too much. So that's the state's way to measure what's happening at the food service fund. This projection does not show we are in an excess fund balance situation. And preliminary budget, for comparison, is very similar. We do not know, but we fully expect the universal feeding to continue in the state of Michigan. So with those adjustments slightly, we did take out a couple of grants. We enhanced a couple of grants related to things I've mentioned before, the fresh fruit and veggie grant, the 10-cent grant, so again, offering more local produce in the meals being offered. The ending fund balance for the preliminary budget for school service is going to be $609,293, which is a 21% fund balance. Healthy, but not excess. Moving on, student activity, again, as required. The final budget is the same as the amendment. There's no board action being requested for this. It's just repeat. The structure of this is student activities. There's a lot of just clubs and funds and things that they have to raise their own funds to do restricted purposes like soccer or National Honor Society or yearbook club, things of that nature. So we we estimate that they're going to collect across the group $250,000. Total expenditure is set to allow them to spend all of that and then eat into some of the scholarships by design that are already incurred or in our bank account. As I look at preliminary budget, it's basically the same thing. We want to give them the ability to spend all the money they take in to put back into their programs. So it's just a maximum opportunity for them to spend the restricted money for the restricted purposes it was collected. Now moving on to our main attraction, our operating fund or general fund. So again, same format. I like to go back to where we were. So March board meeting, we amended the budget. The amendment is usually the biggest shear up. At this point, we know how many students we have. We have all of our staff, and we know what the state budget is. So a lot more is known than when we do the preliminary. For revenues, just over 7.3. State is just over 39 million. Federal is shrinking, 2.2. Other is usually ISD money that comes to us, and transfers. That transfer is $50,000 from food service. And if you look at it from a pie percentage, the state is 79% of our revenue stream. So anything that happens with the state has a direct and dramatic effect on our budget. Let's look at the revenues for the final budget. So this is what I just said from March. This is what I'm seeing for the change for you to adopt the final. I adjusted slightly local grants. We've had a lot of wonderful activity from Genesee Health Services through GISD offering mini grants. So Wellness in the Creek is one example, and there's a couple of other small grants surveying climate, culture, health, and wellness. Rental fees were adjusted based on where are we now versus where we thought we might be. So a total adjustment on the local side is an increase of 103,000 plus. Stateside, again, we're constantly getting categoricals. It would be nice and wonderful if we knew everything before and it stayed the same, but that's not the world we live in. So constantly we are receiving, applying, and taking advantage of categorical grants. Categorical grants generally is a phrase associated with state grants. And as you know, all grants, revenue equals expense, and they come with restrictions. They come with time limits. So there's a lot of administrative work. Thank you, Michelle and Kevin, for helping that lift, because it takes a lot of work and it's ongoing. So slight adjustment to all state revenue, including state categoricals, of just over 40,000. On the federal side, these are some of our bigger grants. Title grants, you may have heard, IDEA, which is special education for either flow-through or preschool age students, just the high flyers. Minor adjustments. We're constantly getting new allocations, and some grants are not as timely for whatever reason, so we don't find out about them until late. So there are changes throughout the year, and this is since March. And that's an increase of just over 261,000. Other dollars from districts, like I said, that would include GISD, the Intermediate School District. And GISD flows through our Act 18 money, which is specific taxes that we all pay to support special education. They collect it, then they remit it to the locals. So that allocation is constantly tweaked for fairness and equity and the calculation that they do. And the transfer from food service. As I said, the food service is making money based on the universal feeding because the participation is up. Everybody is enjoying breakfast and lunch, which was the design, the goal that the governor had when she put these funds in place, such that we are able to increase our transfer from food service to general fund. That's capped at 15%. So our original estimate was conservative at 50. We see that we could be as high as 120,000. So I made that budget impact so that it could more reflect what we see coming. So the overall change is around $500,000 increase with those various explanations. And just to put it again in perspective, what you see is it really didn't change the overall portion. For example, the state is still making up 79%. So all areas were adjusted in their proportionate share, not a huge difference overall. Now, looking at the amended budget, same dance, but on the expenditure side. So by mandate, we reflect revenue by source, where we got the money, local, state, federal, other, and internal. Expenditures are presented by function. Where is the expense happening? In the classroom, around the classroom, in the principal's office or the administrative level, which would include, administration would include principals as well as board and executive business, which is my department, which includes various things such as tax abatement when we have to return tax money. So it's not all salaries, obviously. Operations, which is keeping the facilities running and working, and the air is working really good tonight. Transportation, as everyone knows, that's the buses, gets the kiddos here and takes them home. Central office would be functions along the lines of technology for Travis, HR for Dave, for example, just to name a few. Athletics, I think everybody pretty much understands that one. Other starts to be things like community service. So when we have the Wellness in the Creek, there's dollars in that other category when we do community outreach. And transfers, as I mentioned, is between funds. So at this point, At that time, the amended budget represented 22 I funds that we received from the state for transportation. We moved those dollar for dollar to the Public Improvement Fund for future bus purchases. Now let's talk about what's changed. If my Did it jump when I looked away? Okay. So just to give you kind of a concentration pie visual, because some people, like that particular approach, you can see that, as one would expect, this is a people organization and instruction is our main business. So of course it would make up the majority of the budget. Same format, looking at expenditures. The approach to summarize expenditures a little bit different. First of all of the revenue that I talked about, if it was a grant, it would impact dollar for dollar on the expense side. So when we look at the changes, we're talking about grant allocations, staffing and benefits. Did somebody change insurance coverage? Did we add somebody? Did we move somebody off? My departments have the ability to move money around in their budget, and they may have different functional areas. So it would change the dollars if it went from a support line to a central line. Transportation expense is definitely one that we're looking at and adjusting for fuel costs and operational things such as that. And as I mentioned, the 22I grant was slightly adjusted, and as Carrie mentioned from our finance and operations meeting, the discussion from the board represented wanting to transfer additional funds for not only buses, which our fleet we want to keep working and investing, but also non-bond projects. So that's yet to be determined. And then again, the same visual. So instruction is still the majority of the picture. You can see it changed slightly because of the transfer. And just a summary recap, the final budget that I'm proposing is total revenues of $50,562,596. Total expenditures of $52,187,860, which is still reflecting a deficit because I have to have all of my grants in at their total allocation, and I'm still taking the conservative stance. It is June 25th. I don't know what I don't know. So we have to, look at having the budget reflect what could have been happening, what was allocated and allowed. Beginning fund balance, that is an audited figure from the financials, $11.5 million. And with that, we're looking at a reduction, ending fund balance 19%, $9.9 million. As a reminder, this year, we did not get a state aid foundation increase. And that differential was approximately $800,000 of a hit. So that's the majority of that differential. Now, I want to switch gears and talk through the main event, which is the mandate to adopt a preliminary budget. It's all, at this time, a bunch of crystal ball assumptions, but my approach is always conservative. I had this conversation at the Finance and Operations meeting, so I have two mantras, besides being conservative, which is layered on top of all of that. When you are conservative with budgeting, revenues are minimized and expenditures are maximized. So that is the best case scenario because you're prepared for everything to happen at the worst impact. And again, there is a multitude of things that happen all the time. We get a new grant, that could potentially save general fund dollars. We lose a grant, that could potentially add general fund dollars. And so let's get going. It's not just what happens at the state. So it's worth noting that what happens in our whole nation, the economics of it, have a trickle-down effect. It impacts the economy. So I put this in here just to put that into our radar. And what we're seeing here on the left side is inflation. We all know it. We're all experiencing it. And on the right, what we're seeing is consumer sentiment. So how we feel as a consumer impacts inflation, impacts the economy. It puts pressure on the individual. How How I feel about tomorrow. I'll use one word just to kind of put it in context. We're all wondering what's the impact of tariffs, for example. So am I going to buy a new car, or am I going to save my money? That has an impact on the economy, because if we're holding on to our money, we're not investing in the economy, then things are restricted. And again, we all know about supply and demand, but what this is to say is the national landscape does have a trickle-down impact on the economy, therefore the state, therefore the local, therefore us. The state, again, 79% of our revenue stream comes from the state. So what they decide to do, what they see, what they feel, has a direct impact on us. So the forecast at the CREC, which is the Revenue Consensus Conference, where they look and see what they see happening in the future in the budget and what they're going to do, they're showing positive modes of it's going up every year. There's three years right there. Each one of those groups, SAF is the Senate, HFA is the House Fiscal Agent, and administration is the governor. So the three branches of government all have a separate opinion, but they all come together and make a decision to adopt that budget. So they're all positive as far as future growth, which is good. The bad news is sometime when there's future growth in the school aid fund, sometimes that's not the same case with the state's general fund. When the state's general fund has pressure, which is the case, sometimes they take money from the state aid fund and give it to the state's general fund, which hurts us, takes away from our opportunity. It's happened many times in the past. In addition, over the past several years, the school aid fund, which originally was designed to be K-12 only, has included higher ed. So again, that state aid fund, the better it gets, sometimes the more attractive it is to support other initiatives. Let's dig a little deeper. As I mentioned, the process for the school aid budget comes from a collaboration from the governor, the House, and the Senate. And right now, they all have a different view on various elements. These are just highlights. The budget itself is probably 40 pages of elements. So these are just some highlights. Some of the ones that we follow most closely is the foundation allowance. Our funding is foundation allowance times FTEs, or pupils, that we have in our classroom. So right now, as I said last year, we got a 0 increase. That was a shock. That's never happened. And one time in my career, they actually took money back. So it's rare. It was unexpected. It certainly wasn't in my slide deck. It wasn't the 3 things that they had been sharing leading up to that adoption. So it was a bit of a shock. But staying focused on this year and next year's plan, foundation allowance, the executive or the governor is predicting making the foundation allowance $10,000 per pupil, which is an increase of $392. Likewise, the House is looking at $10,025, which is an increase of $417. That sounds great and generous, but as my visual shows, they're really kind of rolling up a lot of little things to cover that cost, because they're all dealing with the same amount of money. They just have a different opinion of how that money should be spent. And while I stick on that particular item, it's, there's a difference of opinion. Should we give the schools unrestricted money and foundation allowance and let them decide? Yes, I vote for that personally. Or should we give them all these little categoricals which take a whole lot of time and effort to figure out, comply, and they may not fit us? So again, I kind of like where this is going, but there's always strings. Following that, the Senate is saying, definitely want to give them an increase, but we're only looking at 400 because they had other initiatives as well. On a similar vein, 31AA, this will be year 3 for that. It's wonderful money. It's health, wellness, and security. Currently at the district, we have 3 positions that were added and are funded by those dollars. A social worker, a nurse, and a counselor. We want that to continue. As you can see, that fits perfectly in health and wellness. But everybody has a little different opinion about how it's funded today and will it be funded continuing thereafter. At-risk, 31A, has been around for a very, very long time. At-risk is not a generic definition. It's many things. It could be socioeconomic. It could be grades. It could be truancy. It could be speaking a second language or your primary language not being English, for example, and so on. So having extra funds to bridge the gap for students for whatever reason is very critical. And I think that everybody of these three agree that that's a resource to continue. It's just how much more is needed. Special ed funding, I referenced that earlier. Again, it's incremental that I'm talking about here, but they're all in support of that, obviously. And then the MEPSR's retirement fund, which is the school retirement fund, that's all over the map. It's a very complicated situation. There are 7 or 8 different plans, depending on when you first hired into the school, as far as how much you pay, how much the employer pays, whether it's defined benefit, defined contribution. It's very complicated. The way that I budget and most business officials budget is we take a composite percentage and apply it across the district. And again, we do that conservatively, so I expect to be ahead every time. And again, so there's just, this slide is to give you some sense of the process, a statement of the variety that we have, and to reiterate, we still don't know. So we are, by mandate, required to have the board adopt a preliminary budget when you don't know how many kids you have next year, and you don't know how much money the state's going to give you. And that is the dance. So that top left is just showing you our current foundation is 9,608. I should have updated it because it would look exactly the same if I did a snippet that said 2025. Because as I said, they did not increase this last year. Just a recap of those particular statements, because this is our driving calculation, 79%. There's also a little added element of fun. The formula is 90-10. So it's 90% who you get in the fall and 10% of who you had last year. So again, it's math on top of math. So anybody who thinks math isn't important, it's very important. And for the last 5 years, we have not gotten this information in time to know. And even if we did know, we don't know how many students we have yet, so there's still a lot of speculation and assumptions built into this budget. And I've mentioned before, and I will say it again, I'm conservative. It's my job to present not the worst case scenario, but prepare for any scenario, which is what I bring forward. As I mentioned, the foundation allowance is impacted by the dollars that we get per pupil. So now what's going on with the pupils? The trend of declining headcount in the state of Michigan is across the board. We're losing pupil in the state of Michigan. We're losing population in the state of Michigan. So lower birth rate is a fact, and we're losing, people are moving out of Michigan. So there's two things compounding that. So this is just a projection from the state of Michigan, just showing they're constantly downgrading the future pupil expectations for the state. These are state figures from the state. I will add that if I make lemonade, the less pupils should be more per pupil. So a little bit of good news, silver lining. Now if we have that same thinking, more so direct, we did a facility assessment, we've mentioned the bond a little bit. When we did that for the bond application, this was the graph that they showed. What you see is 5 methods. Again, that's degrees of conservative nature, you know, like, again, more conservative or as bold as I can get. So again, even if you took the middle one, it doesn't matter because what you see is the trend is the same. It's just to what degree. It is showing that there's a slight dip for this year, which is why you're going to see that I'm going to reduce the FTEs. And then it starts to recover. So there's economic growth, even when, and this was dated, I don't know, 18 months ago. I also mentioned in the public hearing that some of our dollars come directly from property taxes. That was Proposal A that changed the structure. First, you get your local taxes up to 18 mills, and then after that, we're going to make you whole up to some level, which is what they're deciding. So it helps the district, it helps the school aid fund to have healthy property values to base that structure on, because we're all in support of public education. So year after year, it seems that we are definitely increasing. This chart is percent of change, so it's not saying we're down from last year, it's just that growth was not as high percentage as last year. So I just wanted to point that out, because some of my slides are showing actual, where this is just showing percent of change. But the point is, the lines are above zero, so it's increased some percent year over year. I wanted to show this slide, and I'm thinking this year will be the last year that you have to hear about COVID from me. We've had a lot of COVID funds. It created a lot of cash flow, a lot of grants, a lot of spend, and it artificially raised a lot of district budgets. And now we're retracting down to what I'm going to call more normal. So this visual I thought was kind of impactful, just to kind of put that whole story to bed, because I think it's behind us, and I hope we never have to hear about COVID or any kind of pandemic ever again. So that was the size of it, and again, this past year was the last of it that we spent. I expect the last that we have to see, and this was just a visual off of the dashboard for State of Michigan COVID spend, which was a mandate, anybody can see it, and it just kind of shows how we spent the money and that it was kind of all gone. But as you can see, salaries, purchase services, health and wellness, continuity of services, I think those are all kind of buzzwords you guys heard. And again, I'm sure everybody's overhearing COVID. Now kind of taking all of that information and saying, so what did you decide to recommend? I made the green kind of referencing revenue, and the red kind of references expenditure. So on the state aid side, I'm saying I'm going to go with the governor at this point. As you kind of guessed, it's the lowest number, conservative. So $392 per pupil is what this budget is predicated on, and student enrollment being decreased by 48 FTEs. I hope not. This past year was particularly flat, so I'm hoping for that. Operations in a general sense, utilities always have to be looked at. Again, I mentioned the national landscape, inflation, we're all seeing it. There's hikes in utilities and costs. Food costs, whatever costs, everything. Liability, I had to take an adjustment on that directly. My explanation for that primarily is cyber risk has really increased the cost that everybody pays for insurance, and we all need to heighten our education and awareness of it. And software, the more tech savvy the district becomes, the more that becomes more of a driver. So we're not necessarily buying books and pencils so much as we're buying programs and textbooks, or Chromebooks. I mentioned this, so it's a little bit of a recap. So federal dollars, ESSER 3 and 11BB gear, which was carryover COVID dollars, relabeled. So those are gone. So I had to decrease them. All the other grants are being placed in there as static. You may recall, I don't know when it was, let's say 5 months ago or so, there's been with the president, he wanted to dismantle the federal Department of Education. There was a lot of, there's still a lot of questions about what does that mean. Right now, we don't think it means cutting programs, we just think it's cutting staff in that physical department and them figuring out a different way to fulfill those obligations. So right now, this year, we're assuming and hearing this next year's funding is preserved. On the state side, obviously we reduced for categorical, foundation, and decline a bit more. And then the normal routine at this time of year is to look at what's going on. We're not adding people, but over time, there's enhancements to contracts, steps, lanes, people move. Insurance, we're in PA 152 legislation, so we have a hard cap. The hard cap this year, nicely, did move 2.9%, which is a little bit more normal. If you may recall, a year ago, we got the hard cap, and it was 0.02. And it was dismal. It had a negative impact on our employees because by mandate, by law, they had to burden the premium increase. And the increase itself was 17% on average. So that was a terrible situation. We expanded offerings and added an HSA to mitigate to the legal limit that we were allowed. And ORS, which is the retirement fund, as I mentioned, we take a composite and we apply it across the district. I'm keeping that composite at the same rate, which really has a little bit of a catch-22. We saw a rate reduction last year in lieu of a foundation, but the timing of it is shifted, so the savings should really be realized this year. We also saw legislatively that the health care fund in the pension program was deemed unlawful, and for 1 year we're returning those funds. That also means in future years that 3% that is no longer collected from employees is now going to be collected from employers. So little up, little down, but still we can handle that expense in the budget proposed. Okay, so looking at where what we have with all of that assumptions baked in, the preliminary budget is establishing the local revenue at $7.6 million, state revenue at $37.6 million, federal down to $2.2, other $632, and transfers back down to $50. Again, conservative. We'll see during the amendment process if we adjust that, just as I did this year, with a total revenue stream of $48,148,619. And just to kind of repeat the visual, the state is still the majority. Slight change in numbers. It went from 79 to 78. Looking at the expenditure side, same dance. Again, this is functional, and the total expenditures are proposed at $49.2 million. And you'll see that the visual is pretty similar, although I question that 31% instruction. I have to check that. So the total recap for the preliminary budget of the totality of what I've said and what I'm bringing forth for adoption is revenues at $48,148,619, expenditures at $49,219,915, which would be eating into planned, allowed eating into our fund balance, which is our rainy day fund for this reason. Our proposed beginning fund balance is 10.2, leaving us a 19% fund balance of 9.2 million. So I always like to summarize the presentation at the end to say, what does that mean? Is that good? Is that bad? How does that measure up? So this visual is a little historic trend because I think sometimes a moment in time is not enough information. You need trend data to compare. So on the left side is the dollar value, again, revenue green, expense red. The secondary column on the right is percentage. That's the fund balance percentage. The other thing I did was I made all of the budget figures, 25-0 is original budget, 25A is amended, that was March, 25 is today final, and 26 is original adopted. So again, those four have not been finalized or audited versus the dark shade, which are audited figures. And you can see that we had, kind of a big, jump, and that was the COVID years where we were getting all that influx of money, and now we're kind of seeing the settling. The other thing I want to share on this slide, because I think it's very important for the public as well as the board, is where we are. Is that good? Is that bad? What does that mean? So I put in these lines to just kind of say, because just the way we read the information. Anything below 5% and clearly negative fund balance is, the state is involved. So 5% starts to trigger a watch. They're going to be talking to the school district. They're saying, you're not doing your fiscal responsibility in managing that budget. 10% is the board-adopted board policy that you've put forth, that you decided and said, this is the level that we will stay at. And 20% is industry standard. So we are well within compliance to board policy and nearly following best practice. That is all that I have to share, so I would open it up to the board for questions.
Any questions for Jamie?
No, thank you. You did a great job the other day in the
Thank you.
committee meeting too, so thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these, the transfers from other funds. Okay, so, what, 24, 25, we had 120,000, and then the preliminary budget, that one we're only taking 50,000, what? That's like more than double. Like, why such a big difference?
This is the transfer from food service
Okay.
to general fund. So preliminarily, I want to reset and start with a minimum. I meet with Tony Delgado, who is our food service director from Chartwells, and we're making a lot of assumptions. In that calculation, 50,000 made sense for the budget at this time. When I come back and do the amendment, we'll see where we're at, and certainly the final will adjust for more information. But it's a reset back to bare minimum.
Okay, all right, and I'm kind of new to this, so.
You're fine.
Bear with me. Okay, so then so last year's budget, we went over $1 million, and then we're going in this year with less money to spend. And even though we had more last year, we still went over, so how I don't know how we're gonna stay within that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
You're saying that our revenue's about 48 million, we're gonna spend 49 million, so we'd be $1 million under. That's just an estimate for the year.
Yeah, just,
So, but usually our revenues are more than that. She just can't determine the revenues exactly. So normally, I'm being new is this, so our money hopefully will be there. If it doesn't come in, then yes, we would be $1 million in deficit, and that's without an amendment at the end of, we usually do that in January, February, halfway through to do an amendment.
well, because this year we were over too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that we didn't spend on some
Yeah.
things, so we ended up with a little bit of a fund balance extra to put away for the capital improvement fund that we did yesterday, when I said, let's put some money in capital improvement more,
Okay.
which we did. So that would help us, although once we put in capital improvement, I don't think we can take it out, can we?
No,
Unless
we
it's for
cannot. It's
dedicated-
one-way
Yep.
transfer.
Right.
Absolutely.
Then my other.
Budget actual is, the intent of budget is to always stay below budget.
Right.
So the number has to be sufficient for whatever the plans are. And as I mentioned, we make estimates for various things that we don't know. For example, the MIPSERS rate, I use a composite for all employees. Not every employee will pay the same rate. So there's a buffer for that differential. Insurance, for example, same thing. I have to budget because individuals have the ability to have a qualifying event, so we hire a single person, and during the year they get married, all of a sudden, let's say it's a blended family, they go from a one-person coverage, which is $10,000 cost, to a $23,000 cost. We didn't even get any warning. Because they don't have an obligation to tell us, we just have to roll with it. So there has to be some buffers to be conservative so we don't go under budget. And not all of those facts are known in real time.
Okay.
And I think Chuck was kind of sharing the same kind of dance on the revenue side. We budget for grants the whole grant, as if we get it all now and we spend it all now. But some grants are 18 months, some of them are multiple years, and depending on a variety of factors, when we get it, what it entails, what it's made of, how much we can use, we may not use it all. So that's going to be a somewhat exaggerated revenue figure because it's all in, but actual would be different.
Am I okay, Carrie, to have the floor for a moment? I know this is probably a little bit sore subject, but I'm going to ask the question. You estimate that the Madam Governor is going to give us 10,000 instead of 9,600. I think that was your number up there. So, and you sent me numbers before that it cost approximately $14,000 per pupil when the dust clears. And if you look at niche, it says 12.7 is what Swartz Creek's playing. So there's that variance there, right? So where does the $2,700 to $4,000 come per pupil? Locally, right? Actually, it's 23% roughly, and then 7% comes federal. Does that sound about right, 30%?
Based on the visual of the pie, yeah, and the spread of dollars, yeah, that sounds reasonable. I was going to bring that slide back up.
So the district then is responsible for $2,700 to $4,000 per student.
I was trying to bring that pie
That's okay.
chart back up.
Yeah, that's the number. It's $2,700, $4,000. You don't have to look at the chart, I know it. And we have 900 kids coming in from the school of choice. So rough math, 900 times, we'll take a low number, 3,000. I'll split the difference with everybody. That's $2.7 million that this district has to come up for school of choice children, because that's not paid. That state $10,000 is not paid for school of choice.
Yes, they do.
How do they do that? How do they make up that $3,000?
Once you're talking about the loss or just school of choice? If we take in a student and they become our student through school of choice, they become part of our FTE, and we do get the same foundation per student.
$10,000. That's good.
If that comes to fruition, yes. In this example,
Well,
yes.
yeah, maybe it's $9,600. I don't know. But what I have some things here that you actually sent me. It says it costs, when we're all in, it's $12,700 to $14,000 per student, because the foundational doesn't cover it. Doesn't cover the entire training of that student, the cost of the school. Let me rephrase that, the cost of the
Right, because you're talking about all of our revenue divided by our students.
Right.
That's what you're talking about. Yes, we have revenue that is invested from the local level, the state level, the federal level, absolutely.
All right. And I did some research, and it says about, 23% comes local, 7% federally. Still, it's made up by that. So even if we take 23% of 9 times 4,000, that's $3.6 million. You take 7% away from that, that would be about, let me think here, 10% would be 360, 7%, okay, it'd be about $400,000. So we're still obligated for $3 million from local taxpayers to pay for our school of choice. If we bring in, we don't know how many kids we're going to bring in. Like you said, the trend's going down, right? Right, Jim? The trend's going down? For an FTE, yeah.
I'm not sure I follow, but our net gain, we are net gain with school of choice. We gain more students than we lose.
Yeah, no, I know. Me and Rod had that discussion last month. And he said we were 70 net, and I pulled the records. We're 275 net. But at the end of the day, if we didn't take school of choice, we'd have 900 less children coming to this district.
It would be a lopsided hit that would be dramatic. And to the negative, yes.
No. To the negative to our taxpayers.
I'm not sure how the taxpayers would be any different, because they're
They
going
would still have
to
to pay
pay the same
taxes.
tax regardless of what school the dollars
Right.
land.
Right.
So I'm not sure it impacts the taxpayers, but if I follow your train of thought correctly,
I'm not trying to trick you.
and we don't do school of choice, we lose out on the offset, and we still lose the kids that decided to go someplace else because they're leaving because somebody else allowed school of choice.
Right. So we
So
would
our
lose that
decision would
900
only
kids.
hurt us negatively on receiving. We can't stop individuals that still want to leave, and other districts allow school of choice.
But I think what he's saying is the amount that we received doesn't,
It doesn't cover the school of choice.
it doesn't
Either way.
cover
And
the
you're saying
full tuition, if you will.
if we lose
But-
900 kids, we also lose the $10,000 that the state gives us.
We're paid per student, and
Right,
the state
$10,000.
does not differentiate that funding based on how you got that kid, whether they live in district or school of choice. So,
So if we had 900 less kids, we'd have less teachers, less bus drivers, less workers.
correct,
which would reduce our budget dramatically because we'd still be to the
Correct.
good $4 million.
Correct.
And that $4 million would still have to be paid because the taxes are already coming into the school. For the extra kids.
We just lost 900. I missed the extra kids.
Okay, the 900 kids times 14,000 is 12.6 million roughly, right?
I'm just trying to follow if
The
we lost
train of
900
thought.
kids, there's no there's no expense, there's no burden because they're not here.
Right.
There's a reduction in expenses because we have less need for staffing
Correct.
and facilities.
Well, if we had that extra 4 million coming in, which the taxpayers are already paying, we could use that for something else, such as infrastructure, as ball fields, other things, roofs, parking lots, because we would still incur that $4 million from the local taxpayers. We just wouldn't be utilizing it because we didn't have the extra kids.
We wouldn't get the differential above the local property taxes for the 900 times the 10,000 if we're talking about tomorrow's foundation from the governor. We would lose the foundation additional revenue.
Right.
Our property taxes would stay the same.
Right.
They would just be used differently for the
Thank you.
remaining students.
That's my point.
It would not change
And
anything
we
for
ought to
the
use that money
taxpayer.
for things here.
That money is always here, stays here,
Right.
and is used first.
That extra, yes, our tax base are 1.9 mils, 1.8 for building,
Yes.
sinking fund, 3.9 for the special debt for the millages that we did to fix roofs and parking lots, right? Right, and then the 6 mils, that's required, and the 18 mils, obviously, if you're a business, you have to pay that, or if you have a rental house, but, if you live in your house, the state waives that,
Right.
right?
So I have when we choose to cooperate in school of choice, we're allowing kids to go to and from. They can leave our district, they can come to our district. If we chose not to do that, then are we forcing our kids, they can't leave our district?
That's up to the other district,
And
that's not
then-
up to us.
Right.
And
Correct.
then,
No, you're right, you're right.
I'm saying,
Yeah,
then they don't leave, right? Let's say our kids don't leave, then we still have those kids. The
Correct.
taxpayers are still paying for their kids.
right, we
We're
have
not
our
just
kid-
magically going to lose
Right.
all of those students,
No,
right? Some of the kids
no,
aren't
we're
going to
not.
leave.
We have about 750 that leave. So if the taxpayers, if somebody said we can't have school of choice for Swartz Creek, we're not taking their kids, then there's 750 kids stay here, and then we get the foundational, and then our taxes that we pay already stays here for our children
Yeah,
on the millage money and on the building and sinking funds, and then on the 6
because it's not
mills.
supplementing the shortage that we're getting from the state, because we're not getting the full amount to cover their tuition from the state.
But you're using a number of all the kids coming in and not offsetting the ones we lose, so the difference is more like 150, not like 900.
No, there's a 200 and, after me and Rod had that discussion last month, there's a 200 and, because he said GISD, but I looked that up and there's only 33. There's a 264 difference. So we take in 264 more than we lose. And if it costs $14,000 to run a kid through school, and foundational gives us 9,000, then that 5,000 has to be made up by local taxpayers. There's no way around that number.
That make whole happens at the state level, not the local level.
They're not giving us that $5,000. So show me where the state gives me $14,000 for a kid then. They don't, they give us 10,000.
I believe that statement you made was all revenue divided by the number of pupil. That's where we came up with the 14.
Right.
Unless I
No, that's the
misunderstood.
number you gave me because you emailed me that number.
Okay,
per
unless
child.
I misunderstood and you were talking about I'm trying to remember the group that did a survey to say what is the true cost of educating a student?
That's true.
Because they're saying it's much higher than what our system currently provides.
Either way.
In agreement,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I know you're not arguing with that number. The state gives us 10 grand,
Yeah.
but it costs us 14,100, 12,700 to 14,100, depending on what stats you look at.
school,
It's the bottom line, yeah.
the school,
I don't know how it's math.
school of choice, it's all or nothing with the district making
I
that
get it.
decision. And right now, we are net positive with that arrangement. If we said no,
You're
we
net-
would
You're
we
net
would lose.
positive, because we're taking in 900 kids and we're losing, we'll just say 700 to round off the numbers. I'll call it 200. And that's what Andrea's saying. Hey, we lost 700, Chuck, we got, well, okay, so 200 times 4,000, 5,000, that's $1 million that this district has to pay. And I'm trying to be nice because I looked at the factors very, very closely, and I thought it all came locally, but a small percentage does come federally. So of that $4,000 to $5,000, 7% of it comes federally, but the rest still come from our local tax base. You just said that in the budget hearing earlier. You know, you broke it down for me, which was nice. So I don't know how we're gonna sustain a deficit of $2 to $4 million every year for the next 10 years. That's $40 million. That would have paid for my bond that we just passed. Why would we? I don't know. And maybe it's not here or there. You presented a nice budget. It's still $1 million deficit. I guess we'll call the vote, Carrie, if you would like.
So we're not voting yet, but.
Well, yeah, later. I mean, I'm done with the questioning because I have a hard time. You guys already know. And I pulled the numbers because Rod told me we were only like 70. And I can pass this down. It's right there. The FTE, because I had the numbers messed up because the FTE is the final average, which I didn't know that because it actually shows more. You know what I mean? When you do the count at the beginning and the count at the end.
Right, the 90-10, we do two pupil counts.
I'm learning
The state
quickly
does
now. Yeah.
two
You guys
pupil
told me to go to
counts.
the computer and look around, so I went to the computer and looked around. It's an amazing thing, so.
So thank you, Jamie. A great
Thank you. It was a great
presentation.
presentation.
You're welcome.
This is representative of the work that you do all year long. You work so hard, as does your team. We appreciate it, and I know the challenges that you face. It's estimating the enrollment each year. It's also doing your best estimate of what the state will or won't provide to schools, and also the impact of any changes in that or the grant funding that schools also rely on. So we appreciate you and all of your efforts. Thank you for answering our questions and for providing great information every month. And thank you. I wasn't
Thank you
going to
very
say
much.
that.
Well, Carrie was going to say it, but I'll say it for her. Thank you for putting up with me with the numbers because I like numbers and.
Me too, Chuck.
Chuck, could you, here, I'll just take a
Go
picture
ahead.
of this. But, I mean, I was just doing your math here real quick, and if it,
It's actually 260 difference.
okay, I did 200 kids by
Yeah,
4,000.
but it's 260 off of what they told me to go look at when they wouldn't
260.
provide it. So
A $4,000,
okay.
All day.
by $4,000, so, I mean, you mentioned it would cover the bond. It would take 40 years to cover the bond, though, and $1 million. I mean, it's not $40 million we're gonna regain like right now, though.
No, but if we cut out school of choice, we would save $4,000 to $5,000 per kid times 900. I know we'd have to reduce staff. Our school would be much smaller, but we would be 4.5 million. And Jamie was correct. We can't just say, okay, we're gonna relinquish those taxes, but I could have took that 4.5 million that we saved a year and put it towards roofs, parking lots, infrastructure, and not did a millage.
But it would take you 40 years to get that.
No, not at 4 million it wouldn't. It'd take me 10 years.
Where are you getting 4 million, though?
If you take 970 times 4,000, and I'm being nice, it's a little bit more than that, that's a little over $4 million. And you're like, well, Chuck, our 750 kids left for whatever reason. I've asked the question, why do they keep leaving? And nobody can answer me. But I know that the hard numbers, I have 970 kids coming in from other areas. And me as a taxpayer, everybody saying, well, I'm a taxpayer, I wonder how many people actually live in the district. I have 2 businesses in the district and a house I've lived here for 49 years in. And I don't mind spending the money on the children, I just, it's called
At
community.
the end of the day, we
village.
still have buildings to maintain. I mean, whether we house 1,000 kids at the high school or 900, that building still is gonna require the same maintenance.
Yeah,
Right, and that would
right,
take
and we
that
would have the
$4.5
money to
million
do it.
One at a
Yeah.
time, please, one at a time.
Yeah, the only thing we're saving is maybe one less teacher. I mean, it's not. you know what I
No,
mean?
our pupil ratio is 21:1. So if you took 1,000 kids out, that's 48.5 teachers. And I know that would be horrible, but I don't owe anybody a job. And 48 teachers is about another $3 million, which we would lose the $10,000 foundational. So that's part of it. And then that doesn't include the residual for the $63 million we're in debt on retirement, because we owe $63 million to the state on our debt retirement for our teachers. That no one's talking about, because at some point, we don't have to pay that now. It's down the road. They'll kick the can down the road. So this is not sustainable, $150 million in debt, and we're just keep bringing in people that, okay, let's just say they leave, the 750 leave, they come in, that's great. It's still, that extra $4 million is already being paid by our taxpayers, I get it. But they shouldn't have to pay for that if they don't have to. And that $4 million could be used, because they're gonna pay it anyways, so I'd put it into the school somewhere. Or if it was down to 270, I'd put the 1.2 million into school somewhere.
Yeah.
And you did a great job on the numbers. Like I said, this is not against you. You did a great presentation. I may even vote yes this time on your presentation. So that'd be a first for me, but I'm just trying to adjudicate these numbers and building buildings and going in depth. So we'll have to see what Mr. Lurvy says and Mr. Tyler. Maybe they're going to give us a bonus. I don't even know what's going on with this building, but I'd like to hear your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
Can we have a recess, though? Yes. I've been drinking a lot of fuel.
We are going to take a 5-minute break. Yeah, we still have a lot left on our agenda, so 5 minutes.
That would solve the whole problem.
Sometimes we have to call people back to the table. Thank you. I hope everybody enjoyed their break. So we will reconvene at this point, and I am going to turn it over to Tyler. We are going to hear a Moorish proposal from, and if you wanted to introduce them, you can.
Yes, welcome Tyler Rossmeisler and his team. They are from the Flint and Genesee Economic Development, and they'll be doing a presentation at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President and members of the board.
Okay, it's going off.
It's a little jig.
That wasn't 3 minutes, was it?
Yeah, just checking with the mic. Am I doing okay on the mic? Okay, great, thank you. My name is Tyler Rossmeisler. When I got engaged, I called my grandmother and I said, Grandma, I'm engaged. And she said, make sure she knows it's Rossmeisler. It's 3 syllables. And I know it's a tough one, so that's my grandma's advice, 3 syllables. I am the executive director of the Flint and Genesee Economic Alliance. We are a nonprofit organization that exists to spur prosperity in Genesee County. We do that primarily by working with businesses. We don't exist for businesses, we exist for the people of Genesee County, but we work with businesses because they do things like provide jobs that pay salaries, they pay taxes to school systems, they pay taxes to municipalities that pay for roads and police and fire and the things that contribute to a community. As you know, Genesee County's gone through hard times for too long. And what we have shifted in our strategy is to be proactive in site development. You might think of it like a car dealership. You can go and buy a car and custom order it, and GM will make it, and it'll take a couple weeks, and you'll get the car, you'll get delivered. That works for some people. Then there's other people that want to walk into the dealership, see a car on the lot, and drive out with it. What we have struggled with in Genesee County is having sites that are ready for businesses that want to respond like that want to walk into the lot and have a site to go. So what we are doing is we are being proactive on many sites to attract different types of users or companies to our community that will create jobs, provide opportunities for young people, contribute to our community through taxes and investment, and make this place a more prosperous place. There's also unique opportunities right now to attract large transformational types of users. Those companies generally are looking for 1,000 acres. And without getting into history, but when Michigan became a state, we became a state during the Northwest Territories Act. Tennessee, Georgia, a lot of where our companies go and the states that we compete with did not become a state during that time. And what happened during the Northwest Territories Act is they divided the state into townships, and those are 6 by 6 miles. So if you ever look at a map of Michigan, you'll see a grid structure made up of townships, and if you were to zoom into those townships, you would see every mile there's a road that runs north and south, and every mile there's a road that runs east and west. That creates these large blocks inside these townships that are 1 mile by 1 mile. 1 square mile is 624 acres. 2 square miles is 1,200 acres. It's really hard to find 1,200 acres or over 1,000 acres in Michigan because of how we are laid out as a state. And as a result, we've seen big investments go south and not here. This site in Mundy Township that we're going to be talking about today, we call it the Advanced Manufacturing District of Genesee County, is unique in that it doesn't have a road that bisects it. So it's contiguous, 2 square miles, 1,200 roughly acres inside Mundy Township, and then some property north of Maple in Flint Township. And we are in the process of assembling that site. The state of Michigan gave us a grant, or 2 grants that equal $259 million, and that is a lot of money, and we are executing on that money. The purpose of that money allows us to buy property, to ready the site through various what we call user agnostic, or things that any company might need, but not any one specific company. Things like clearing structures or trees, to ready a site for a potential user. Inside this site is Moorish Elementary. And that's what I want to talk about today. To date, we own 1,185.6 acres inside the area that we've called the Advanced Manufacturing District. That's 114 parcels that we own. We also have under contract an additional 52 parcels. So, 56 parcels, and that's about another 100 acres. So in the coming days and weeks, we'll be closing on those properties and bring them under ownership. So under control, we have about 1,200 acres under control, closer to 1,300 acres. Moorish Elementary is inside the district, or inside the Advanced Manufacturing District, the site. And what occurred to us as we were going through the grant process of the $259 million, that there might be an opportunity to create what I would call a triple win. A win for the community, meaning more jobs and opportunities for young people to stay here, to grow here, to have their families here. An opportunity for this to be the best site in America. And possibly, the third win, opportunity for students to have a better elementary, a better facility. So that would be a win for the district. And as we began to, after we got the grant, as we began to contemplate this triple win, we approached the administration here at Swartz Creek to see if this was in the realm of possibility, if we could have a triple win, and what it might take for that to happen. To back up and emphasize, we own 1,185 acres. The site is available for those users that need over 1,000 acres. There's no site in Michigan that can contemplate that. And so we have the site we need. This is just taking it to the next level, the triple win. So, what do we got, guys? Oh, are you doing it? I did. Okay. So we'll just say slide. So here is a picture of the majority of the site bounded by maple and hill and elms and linden that's in Mundy Township. And it shows Moorish Elementary up there in the northeast corner. If we're not able to find a triple win, we could easily section that off and move forward with the site as it is. What we learned in our conversations with the administration, there was a couple things they wanted to accomplish. Wanted to have the best elementary school in Genesee County. And honestly, I was here listening to your conversations as an attraction piece for school of choice. That's what kind of the conversation that came up, that we don't want to lose students. We want them to have a great elementary that they can enter into our school district. That was something that came up. Another thing that came up was we want to have a bigger school than what we currently have. Moorish Elementary, and I apologize, I only know from measuring on Google Maps, is about 42,000 square feet. What the administration told us is we want around 65,000 square feet. So that'd be roughly a 50% growth of the current size. They also said we want it to be on the south side of the district. We want it to be close to where the current elementary is. And there's a couple other things we want. We wouldn't mind it being in Gaines Township. And we want to have opportunity to have dual access on two different roads. So as we began to go through this process, we identified this location. My understanding that the school district is familiar with this school, this site because it's close to Moorish Elementary. It has dual entry from Moorish Road and from Hill Road. That box right there is about 100 acres. And so we began to do our due diligence to say, what would it take to build a bigger and better elementary on that site? And we engaged with, the Flint Genesee Economic Alliance, engaged with French and Associates. And I understand this is an architect that works with many different schools, including this school district. And we had them put together an idea for an elementary school on this location that would meet that roughly 65,000 square feet, a 50% growth on the current size of Moorish, and with best practices, and to reach that goal of being the best elementary building in the county. And this is what they started to come up with. So this is by no means to say that you have to go with the work that we decided with French. I'm just showing you the types of due diligence we started to do. So this is what French came up with. From an external view, this has a metal seam, standing roof, secured student drop-off, signage, high-end finishes. It's bright and open. Next slide. Oh, did I? Magic. This is on the back side. There's a courtyard that leads to playgrounds and fields. If you were to open the doors, you go in and you would see, this is a schematic design, state-of-the-art collaboration centers, access to administration functions, classrooms that are truly the envy of other school districts. And this is the conceptual floor plan that they proposed. It has centralized amenities in the middle, and then these wings that allow for different grades and even the opportunity for growth if necessary. Then they said, here is a conceptual site plan. Of the 100 acres, they said you probably only need 33 of those 100 acres. There you can see the site plan laid out with the two different entryways to Hill Road, to Moorish Road, that segregate the drop-offs between school buses and parent drop-offs, provide age-appropriate playgrounds, ample parking, and then additional courts and fields complete with a walking path. This is what they came up with that. Then we started to say, well, that's really great, beautiful pictures. Thank you. How much does this cost? And so we approached a few contractors in the area and others like AUK that you have worked with to come up with a budget for these types of designs that we came up with here. And this is the numbers that we came up with, blending all the bids and information we received. This includes some things for contingency and escalation, and it's a general budget. And again, this is just the due diligence that we did that was based on feedback we heard from the administration to see what's the ballpark here. Roughly $34.2 million for building construction, $1.8 million for professional fees, $1.5 million for furniture and fixtures, $800,000 for technology and security, $500,000 for service equipment, and $1 million for the land. If you add that all up, it equals $39.8 million. And again, this is based on our due diligence, and it includes escalations and contingencies in there. And to be clear, again, the $259 million we have in the bank. Inside that budget of $259 million, we have set aside $40 million to provide to the school for the sale of Moorish that we believe, based on this due diligence, would allow you to build that 50% bigger, state-of-the-art elementary school on the site that was identified in the map. But I don't want you to totally just take my word for it. Dave Lurvy, come on up, Dave. Dave is a construction manager here in town, and we had him look a little bit deeper into this. And so from Dave's expert opinion, I want him to just kind of speak to the presentation here and your findings.
Can you load my pie charts? That's a joke. Yeah. Not funny? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Tyler. Thanks to the school board for hearing this presentation. Thank you for the public for allowing us to present. As the president of Lurvy Construction, I have a lot of gratitude to be here, and I'm appreciative of it. I've homegrown this business locally for the past 15 years from one employee and one work truck to over 50 employees at this point, focused primarily on Flint and Genesee County and really on community-changing projects. So it's a great opportunity for myself and our staff to be involved here locally, if you so choose to move forward with the opportunity at hand. Before presenting, though, a $40 million guarantee, I would think you'd want to know a little more about the people behind it. And in this case, that's me. So I grew up here, just out on the corner of Torrey and Hill Road. I know the area very well, and not to date myself or anybody else in the room, but if you remember Hill Road when it was 2 lanes and there was no Meijer, and DeBren's was the local grocer on the corner, and the Monday Township Fire Hall was across the street from that, that's where I rode my bicycle when I was a kid. So I've seen a little bit of this, and we ended up out there after my father had a tool and die apprenticeship at Chevy V8, which was a new plant that was built on Vanslyke Road. And then a few years later, my mother gained employment as an office manager at Linden and Bristol when that medical center was built new. And little did I know, years later, that I'd have opportunity for employment at the V8 plant on the engine line in the summer. And then a few years after that, I'd end up actually being a young project manager on Monday Township's newest fire hall that's located on Jennings Road. So it's kind of a full circle thing for me, but it means something to me. And I'm telling you all this because I want you to hear the conviction in my voice and the commitment I have to this community. I didn't leave in the 90s when there was nothing here. I actually had a couple of opportunities, and I built a family here and I built a career here. And I want to make sure at the end of this that if you choose to move forward, you're getting the most bang for the buck, and we're stretching his $40 million as far as we possibly can. And I know that we can do that locally with local tradespeople and our leadership team. So that's a commitment I make to you. I know the offer is part of being made part of the AMD site, correct? And I think fate will take its course with the AMD. I hope, Tyler, that you land a wonderful employer and it provides a ton of jobs. We're working out there right now on a site readiness package. Our firm is. I'm not sure I would have taken that on had I known how controversial this project is in the community. I was looking for jobs for our staff, and it was an open bid process, and we won it. No differently than whenever we came and worked for the school and interviewed for the ballpark project. Great opportunity locally to put our local people to work. But at the end of the day, fate will take its course with the AMD. But whether you're for this AMD site or you're against this AMD site, it doesn't take away the opportunity Swartz Creek has for a brand new campus that can serve this community for over 75 years. And I think you should take that into consideration as you're considering the offer. So with that, we'll move on to the presentation. I agree with all these numbers here to the point where it's taken a lot for our company to get in a position to guarantee projects of this magnitude. We've been through this, we've poured through this. We can make this work for you if you so choose to move forward. So you've heard a little bit about us. We're working at the AMD. We have great local rapport. All the trade unions were represented in signatory to the laborers and the carpenters. We have a firm full of engineers, construction managers, and just wonderful rapport with local trade organizations, and to a point where a project of this magnitude needs certain amount of labor resources for it. We feel we're the right firm to garner those resources when required to meet a demanding schedule. We're pre-qualified to work with institutions such as the University of Michigan, McLaren Healthcare, Pepsi Company, all of those names that we're all familiar with in Genesee County. So a few local projects, if you're driving around the county, I chose a couple that are of the magnitude and dollar volume and quality stance that we would expect with the campus for Swartz Creek. This is a new building for Genesee Health Systems for their behavioral health science for young families and young people. This was completed. It's a LEED certified building, award-winning design by Harley Ellis Architects out of Detroit. Next project is Flint Educare. This was built and occupied in 2017, and at the time, this was your national best practices for early childhood education. And if you look very closely at the detail of the reading nooks, the openness, the energy envelope systems, the age-appropriate playgrounds, those are all part of that design process and something we would help to convey through the design process ourselves. This year is a hallmark project for our firm. We just finished up the YMCA in downtown Flint. So the YMCA, the Crim Fitness Foundation, Hurley has a partnership with them, and this is a brand new building we just turned over. So those are a few of the projects of the magnitude locally that our local trades and our team have completed. So the proposed deliverable, 65,000 square foot early childhood education center of Class A nature. So structural steel, masonry, brick exterior, building energy envelope systems, age-appropriate playgrounds, a focus on state-of-the-art security, monitoring, and technology systems. We proposed auxiliary sports fields, optional basketball and pickleball courts, a public walking track, Moorish and Hill vehicular circulation, and adjacency to potential proposed residential. Here are also a few images that came by way of from Suzanne at AUK, who came here, or I'm sorry, at French Associates, who came here tonight just to support this presentation, but her firm is responsible for these projects, and she would be the design lead for such a project of this nature if you move forward. We believe that of that 102 acres on Moorish and Hill, that 33 acres of that would be designated for a new campus for Swartz Creek Schools and a new state-of-the-art early childhood learning center. We believe that we would have a phase 1 single-family home development of stick-framed homes that you see in the light green here on approximately the one other third. And then the dark green represents 30 acres, which we would remain flexible with to see what the community demands are and needs for housing. That could be single-family homes, it could be townhomes, it could be condos, but it would not be multifamily housing. So, with the proceeds from the sale of Moorish Elementary, you'd establish a CM contract at a fair market rate. We'd coordinate building and campus design with your preferred design team. We would provide a guaranteed maximum price not to exceed the $40 million to deliver the campus that we just provided to you. And that would be backed up by exhibits for the performance piece and a performance bond. We would ensure public bid process according to state law for all of the trade work. We'd provide community outreach for the construction bid process. There's an opportunity to provide job learning opportunities, most likely to Swartz Creek's GCI student body. And we have a delivery schedule conservatively for fall of 2028 occupancy. There's a lot of details and schedules, and nobody can read this, but we would breeze over this and really go to the milestone dates. If Swartz Creek chooses to move forward, we would very quickly need to investigate the site, do our due diligence there, handle quite a bit of civil engineering. We would be working with county and state and local agencies to ensure that we have water, sewer, and engineering designs coming into the site to develop it. During the summer of 2025, the Board of Education would need to enter into a sale agreement. They'd also need to enter into civil engineering, architectural engineering, and construction management services. Summer and fall of 25, there'd be 102-acre master planning with civil engineering services to, again, ensure we have proper sewer and water to the site. And fall of 2025 would be completing design and construction document phases which would include page turns and final owner approvals on the overall deliverable. From that point forward, we're moving into pre-construction planning. First quarter of '26 would be the bid letting process for the school campus. In May of '26 to January of '28 would be construction of the campus and the school, allowing for a 2-year season and grow-in timeline for the site, school completion January of 2028, and a building move-in and commissioning February and March of 2028 to be prepared for the fall of '28.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Stay up here. We're not asking you to vote on anything today. What we are making, we just want to make sure if you were to go forward with this, there would be a couple next steps. The first next step would be we'd have to come to an agreement. The Flint Genesee Economic Alliance, operating as Maple and Hill LLC here, and Swartz Creek come to an agreement on the purchase of Moorish Elementary for $40 million. A purchase agreement, formal legal document would be what you all would have to review and we could go back and forth on. Once you complete that purchase agreement with us, you'll have the funds, and then you would begin on your own journey, as kind of like outlined here, to work on the land, the design, and the construction of the right school that meets your needs. All those pictures and things are things that we did based on some feedback, but by no means what you have to go with. That is our presentation. We'd love to hear questions you may have.
Go ahead. So I asked you on the quick little break, how many structures? As I drive around, I see several houses and barns and things already down. You mentioned approximately 20 are down as of right now, and you have 11 more scheduled to come down in the next couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if you drive by there, you see structures coming down. I also noticed the other day driving by the roundabout at Elms and Hill, is it also new power lines up there too? It looks like maybe some new power lines were posts, Dave, that might be a question.
We haven't done any power work.
Okay. It looked like
That would
there was some
be,
new ones.
like I said, we're developing it for a user agnostic.
Yeah,
That
for sure.
power would be specific to a user.
Yes. So then you talked about acreage, so I did my own math prior to this.
Okay.
1 square mile is 640 acres, so it is a total of 1280. I pulled public records in the school, and we sit on 9.26. So anybody that didn't look that up yet, we sit on less than 1% of just the rectangle.
Sure.
I know you mentioned you own other
North of
acreage
Maple.
across. How much do you own on the north side?
We have control of, we've purchased one about 50 acres, and we have control of another 100-ish along the rail.
Okay, I knew about the 51 just because
Yeah.
I know who sold it. So, okay, so you've got a little more than that. That's where your math comes up with. I was trying to
Yep.
crunch your numbers to mine.
Yeah.
So
Checking me.
I made notes prior to knowing you were coming. So, and I did pull the public records that said the square footage. But I left it at home. Anyways, and for reference, if anyone doesn't know, our building at Moorish was built in 1955.
55. I heard 64, but.
Public records and BSNA, anyone can look up BSNA public records. It was built in 1955. It sits on 9.26 acres. So when I look at things, I look at, driving on Linden Road. I remember as a kid, there was somebody that held out 2 white houses on Linden Road and between Calkins and Court on the west side. Now they're dilapidated houses just sitting there because they didn't sell out when something was being built there. I've seen it on Hill Road by Home Depot. I've seen it in Detroit. I guess so I'm looking at that big picture that we sit on less than 1% of that initial rectangle. My other question for you was, we had that already here. You talked about in that 32.9 acres, optional fields, courts. So that's not part of the $40 million budget, right?
Yes. That was.
Okay.
The whole site, can we go back to the map with the 30 acre? Here, I got it. So you could look at this one, which
Yes.
has,
So all of those fields, so there's a tennis court or basketball, number 11, what is 11? Soccer field. So that is part of the 40 million? And then 10 is a softball field? And
Yep.
Parking, okay, and the other 12 are retention ponds. Okay.
Yeah.
So optional meant they were in there in the $40 million. Thank you.
yep.
And then, so I know a big question to the community out there is, if we agree to go, if we go into a contract with you to purchase the building, at what point does the money, I mean, I don't even know.
Yeah.
If you're building
Great
the
question.
next building.
Yeah.
But the big concern is when we're our students, we get to occupy that. So for
Yeah.
example, somebody mentioned, and, you know, when the sellers are selling their homes,
Right.
they get time to live there after
Yeah.
closing.
Yeah.
Because they're looking for a house. So I'm assuming you're gonna do the same with us,
Yeah,
and you're gonna
and
give
it
us
would-
occupancy
we
until.
do not, we want to operate with you. Part of our due diligence was how long does it take? If we were to start this summer, we think we could get you in by fall of 2028. So it'd be,
So
three-ish
Moorish
years.
kids aren't displaced the
No.
day we sell the building.
No, but
Again,
you would get the cash
Yeah.
up front during the sale, which would mean we would own the property. You would operate it as a school. This would all
Would
have,
be your
this is
tenant.
what needs to be hammered out in that purchase and sale agreement. But the model would be cash up front for you to begin your construction, and then a period of time that allows for the transition. And by the way, the transition doesn't have to happen at the fall. It could happen at the holiday break, but what we heard from the administration was it'd be better to move schools during the summer. So that's kind of the other part of what we're contemplating here, is that we want to make sure you can move during the summer. Because you got a school to run.
Right, for sure. I just know that was obviously concern. Let's see if I had more of these were for you.
It should be noted too that the timeline may start in the summer. That's the planning timeline. We won't be breaking ground on any project.
For sure.
until Spring of '26.
I just know it's a community concern that,
Yeah,
that
right.
our kids are gonna be schoolless.
No,
And I just wanted that reassurance that that was not gonna be the issue.
appreciate it. No,
Thank you.
triple win. Any other questions we may have?
I have a question. Let's suppose that, the school decides not to sell. Are you going to, that AMD is going to take place anyway?
We own 1,185 acres today,
Okay.
including the former church right behind you.
That was kind of my point. You see it happen everywhere.
But there's no buyer.
Correct.
Like, so you don't know if it's gonna be an AMD or if it's gonna be condos.
No, we are the owner
Right.
of the property. We are only marketing it to opportunities, this is a good question, only opportunities that will say, that are going to commit to building a facility that will create 2,000 jobs and invest $2 billion. So we are not going,
Government's track record isn't that great with that, though.
I'm not the government.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's a lot of empty promises.
Sure. I'm a nonprofit. I'm a nonprofit. We are not marketing it to anyone that won't create 2,000 jobs and invest $2 billion. So that's the minimum of the deals that we're entertaining.
How do you make them employ people?
Well, that's their,
Like,
I'm confused. All right, just let me get, so, can I take over?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that okay, Madam
Sorry,
Chair?
Tim, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, you're, I'm confused too. So, because I've lived here my whole life, in this area for 48 years, but in Flushing, Clayton Township. So you buy the property,
yes,
and you're using government money to do it,
buy the property, the
to
grant.
buy the property.
The grant that we got.
And you're gonna eventually buy, you have, I'm not gonna like, how much money have you spent already? Can you tell me that, or is that not, is this public, so I wanna know how much
Well,
money you
yeah,
spent.
it will come out, it changes every day because we're doing work.
Yeah, you're buying, okay, so how many properties are left to buy, Tyler?
Yes. So we own 114. We have control of 56. There's about 212 on the property.
And
So
that's 2 square miles?
Yeah, including north of Maple as well.
Yeah, that little bit there, yeah.
So, yeah, we, 75% of the parcels we own or have a contract on.
And you're working on buying them all, regardless if we sell or not?
Yep, you're one of the few that we don't have control of. So you would be one of the remaining 50-ish.
Okay,
that we
and
don't have control.
if you sell, once you develop all this property, and you go out to manufacturing places.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know Monday Township's gonna let you have that? Or have they already zoned it that way? I don't know, I'm just asking a question, because
It's
I'm
a
also the
zone
deputy
for-
supervisor in
right.
Gaines.
Yep.
So I'm wondering how all this is working.
Yep, it's zoned for advanced manufacturing.
They've already zoned it that?
Yes. It's,
No.
it's an overlay, that's true. It's an
Okay.
overlay district
Yeah, I
that
don't
allows
understand.
for advanced manufacturing.
Okay, So regardless, if you buy all this property, and Monday Township could still deny it.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Theoretically.
Absolutely.
Well, I don't know that I want to rip all them kids out of that school. I know it's a great deal. Hey, you're going to give me a new school for an old school.
Yep.
But it's in a neighborhood. I don't want to rip them kids out of there if I don't have to.
Yeah.
So it's like if you said, hey, Chuck, I'm just me on the board here. But, you know, we're going to put in this big plant and we need your property and we already bought.
Yeah.
You know, I think 660 is 1320 plus whatever you got north of there. So I don't know, just.
I understand where you're going.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, I know it sounds like a great deal, but I'm gonna get them two girls up here first before you leave too. Because I wanna know about the $40 million building. Because 3 years from now, it's not gonna be 40 million. Or you may be guaranteeing it, Mr. Lurvy.
He's guaranteeing it, saying that if it
Okay.
goes over, it wouldn't be a risk to the school.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna put any more risk. I'm already complaining about money all the time and they hate me for it.
Yeah.
Or dislike me. I mean, maybe hate's a strong word. Maybe it's not, but they dislike me for it. But that's my job as a fiduciary person up here.
So we heard that in our conversations with the administration. They don't want any more risk on the taxpayer or on the district, and that's why we thought it was interesting that Mr. Lurvy would guarantee that he would take on the risk so that the district would not at the $40 million level. He's also looking into developing this neighborhood that surrounds the district.
Yeah, I talked with him, yeah.
Which would help him make that guarantee, helps make the case guarantee.
That's gonna offset his problem if we go over.
Good.
I don't know, is that?
No.
No.
Who's the administration?
Yeah, you're in the business to make money, yeah, you're not.
Supporting us if we're not.
Okay, so what happens if nobody buys the property? Where you can't get a developer, I'm just, worst case scenario, I'm what if in it, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What if it?
We are buying the property.
Okay.
Our nonprofit is buying the property. To your point about a user or a manufacturer. Yeah, it's the best site in America. We're gonna get a user.
Well, yeah, I don't think you'd invest $250 million if you're not getting it.
I agree.
Yeah, somebody.
I agree with that.
Well, it's government money though, they waste money.
So, but Chuck, what I'm hearing is that the money would come to the school if an agreement is established. And that money is ours to do what we need to do for a school.
Well, we would
That
have to
money
sign a
doesn't
contract with him.
Right.
Who's the administration that you keep referring to?
So then, but money does not go back to you.
No, we would buy the property
It's
for.
it's the district's money
What
at
I'm
that point.
back to the next steps, if we could. There'd be two next steps
You need to-
down
That one?
to the final slide here.
Travis will get you there in a minute.
I don't.
Wake up, Travis.
Okay. Again, our organization that has the $259 million.
Right.
We're proposing a $40 million transaction with Swartz Creek Community Schools that allows for us to buy Moorish Elementary and possibly for you to build a new replacement school. If you do not want, that's the only transaction I'm interested in doing is buying Moorish at $40 million.
Okay.
If you all want to build a new school, I've done the due diligence to say you can do it for $40 million. Yes, ma'am.
Who's the administration that you
Yeah,
keep
we've been-
referring to?
Yep, Mr.
Because I
Heather.
haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah, out of respect to the board, we approached the superintendent and we were working with the superintendent. But this is the
former superintendent.
Yeah, the former
Because we
superintendent.
didn't find out about it 2 weeks ago.
Right, and
Well,
so
maybe
this
3
is-
weeks ago, when there was an offer. I mean, we knew he was talking to people, but we didn't know there was a hard offer.
And this is the opportunity for you to hear what we're saying. It took us some time to make sure we understood what the school district was looking for.
Tyler, how'd you come up with 40 million, you and Rod?
Okay.
Because of the school?
The 65,000 square feet, the desire for the two different entryways, the best in class, all those types of things.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask the ladies, and you guys may have to shout a little bit. So you guys did plans to come up with the school at 66,000 square feet. Is it 66 or 62? I'm sorry. 65, okay, 65. I like that number better. I'll be that age here in a few months. So with that being said, and then you and Dave and you guys figured out that it's gonna cost $40 million. So that's the price that we agreed on. or not I agreed on.
No one's
but some-
agreed to anything, there's no agreement.
No, I know that. Well,
Yeah.
verbally, you guys did a
Yeah.
verbal, gentlemen, so it's gonna cost about 40 million, so that's what we can offer you.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like you're gonna buy all the properties anyway, so at some point, to Kim's answer, or Kim's question,
Yeah,
They're gonna build around us.
yeah, I don't wanna build around the school.
Right.
right.
Would the state allow that? To build around
Yeah.
a public school? Does anybody know that answer?
Yes.
You guys are engineers and you guys do a lot of this. Would they allow it if I said, I'm not gonna sell the school? And just because, and I'll tell you why in a minute, but I'm not saying that. Just, would the state say, well, with all this industrial stuff coming in, we can just build around the school? Would they allow that?
I've not seen anything where they can not allow that to happen.
Right.
I mean, maybe
The
I need to
user-
rank for state senator or state rep or something, because that's some bull. But anyways, okay, let me get on. I'm off, I'm in the weeds. I probably wouldn't get elected anyway, so it's a irrational threat. So with that being said, okay, so basically, you're gonna buy all the properties, you're gonna build something there, the state would probably allow something, and you guys have drawn up plans with complete construction. It's not there yet, it's a conceptual plan.
What we did, Chuck, is the district, go to the line, please.
Yeah, please, thank you. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I just got some hard questions, yeah.
I was approached by, yeah. I'm Suzanne Carlson with French Associates.
Yeah.
Thank you, sorry. We were approached by Tyler and his group to put together, work with the district on a very high level, what a square footage for, I think the number was 650 students.
Okay,
So we put together a space program that accommodated for 650 students, all the supporting things that go with that,
bells and whistles, top of the line stuff.
top of the line stuff. And we came up with that very, very schematic plan. You saw it, it's just a couple of lines, but programmatically it works. It can be developed into full construction drawings.
Yeah, I would never agree to anything without seeing full construction drawing.
We would never do that. This is very high level. We haven't even flushed out a lot of the detail. It really was a bubble diagram, basically.
Well, how'd you come up with the 40 million then?
Well, we'll
Okay,
get
go
there.
ahead, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I
we'll
cut
get
you
there.
off, I'm sorry, I
We'll get there.
apologize.
I also provided a building construction narrative based on materials, products, wall sections, details that our firm typically does for a high-level early childhood building. I have many examples. You saw some of them in the presentation today.
So you've taken prices from some of the other buildings you built to come up with a good number for us?
No, that's not quite how it worked.
Okay.
I provided the narrative, a square footage, and the schematic plan. And Tyler took it to local construction managers, and they put numbers to it. There was a little bit of a range, but it's very diagrammatic at this point. And between them, they came up with site development costs, because that's not part of what we prepared, and came up to the $40 million.
Okay, that's where I'm getting at, okay. But why wouldn't I ask, if you would've came to me, I would've got you for 44 million, because I want 4 million extra to put some in one of the other buildings. I'm not trying to negotiate a price with you now, and I don't know what you negotiated with the other guys, but I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm here to represent Swartz Creek
Yeah.
Schools, 150%, not 100%.
Moorish has roughly 500 students in it, is that true?
440.
450?
Yep, and it's currently,
Yeah,
how many square feet?
45.
43,000, 45, yeah, you're right, 45,000.
It was maybe just under, I don't remember.
It's about
It was
45.
Right. 30,000 something is what I looked at.
No, it's 45, I just looked on 41,000 square feet.
The actual building, okay.
It's the same as Deke and Elms, I believe,
They're all
right,
the
Jim?
same.
All three of those schools are the exact same
Right.
from my memory and my boys going to school, okay.
All that to say, that's the way to save on the 40 million is if you were to build a building that's a replacement of Moorish, right? So it would be
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
smaller, like you heard today, we took a conservative approach by saying, what's the biggest building we could do? 600, what was the number? 600 students? 650 students. How would you fit 650 students? You have a 450. So it's about available for another 200 students to fit in that building. So if you made it more true to what your current need is, you'd have
savings and have cash left over.
to put other places.
I got what you're saying. That's what I'm getting at, because Ms. Cohen just said, well, our students are going down, so why do I want to build, why do I want to build a 10-bedroom house?
And I'm not telling you what to do.
Okay.
You guys get to decide what to do.
But I'm trying to understand, because I'm just coming in the game now, and I'm just.
What I'm saying is,
I hate to.
we can, with our $259 million budget, we can pay $40 million for Moorish. I also believe that can get you more than a replacement of the elementary school, a bigger and better school.
And Tyler, I want to just comment. I heard you say early childhood.
Yeah.
So that's kindergarten, first, second grade, correct? And would also accommodate an early childhood center meeting.
Well, I think that's where
Younger
Mr. Heatherton
children
was
program.
coming from on the, I want more than 450, is because if we have mandated pre-K, and this is above my pay grade, this is not my industry, but he was trying to plan for,
choice.
Not school of choice, but mandated
preschool, mandated preschool.
Mandated preschool is on the governor's agenda.
Sure.
And if we have that, where are we going to house these kids?
No,
So here's the other thing to think of, Chuck, and I mentioned this 2 years ago when John brought up Gaines, and I said.
No, I brought up Gaines. I wouldn't let him close
Okay.
Gaines. I pushed that.
John Sayer brought up Gaines about 2 years ago, right after I knew this was a thing
You
out
wanted to
there.
close Gaines. I did not.
I didn't say I wanted to close Gaines.
Okay.
I'm just telling you what happened at a meeting. And he mentioned it because of the student number there, and I said, hey, there's this thing coming in the backyard of Moorish, potentially. So let's not do anything with Gaines, let's not even talk about it. What if we need that for overflow? Not knowing, because we weren't on the map originally. That original map that they had, we were niched out of it. Our parents gonna wanna send their kid to a school with a factory in the backyard. Let's keep Gaines open as a buffer. So fast forward, now you have someone that wants to buy a building, they can build it bigger than Moorish.
You can, I'm not building it.
Whatever, Dave can build it bigger. Chuck?
Yeah, I'm watching you. Yeah, I'm with you. I got the numbers. Yeah.
And now our
220
95
feet.
students at Gaines could go to this facility.
Right.
So there's even another win. You talked about a trifecta, maybe that thing we've talked about for years. I've always supported keeping Gaines up. Carrie can attest. I used to come to the FEET meetings years ago and probably be at the Thorn and Carrie side at meetings, trying to keep Gaines open. But if we have this opportunity in Gaines Township to build a bigger building, maybe it's a win-win-win, right?
How far is that mileage-wise? 3 miles?
As the crow flies, about 3 miles. 3
Well,
miles from
Moorish.
Moorish.
I don't know about Gaines, but one more
It's
thing.
in
No,
Moorish.
I just want to make sure the
Yeah.
kids there aren't uprooted from afar. I'm just keeping my
It's not
mind. 3
fine.
miles. Okay.
So here's the other piece. I Googled your question. How close can an industrial site be to an elementary? In Michigan, the proximity of an industrial site to elementary schools is primarily governed by the local ordinance. Some places, such as marijuana facilities, only have to be 200 feet away. It's not very far. And if they have 1,280 acres to work with, they can very well give us a buffer and still build in our backyard. So there's the answer to that
So
question.
Monday could dictate that, how much
Well, I don't know.
they gotta give us?
I mean, Monday Township is here asking us what's going on, so.
I'm just saying, it'd be good if we were all on the same page, probably.
dictates part of that.
There's
a berm involved.
The what?
There's the overlay district require, whoever owns the property.
You?
Yes, or the private individual.
Maple Hill.
I'm sorry, your association. Yeah.
Yes, I know you're talking about.
Yeah.
But ultimately, a company, just like the school can't tell a local business or a local homeowner what to do with their property, there can be local zoning, but it's going to have to stand up in court to be reasonable. And likely, like the AMD has some setback requirements, that the zoning, the overlay zoning that Mundy Township has in place does have certain berming and setback requirements that would have to be abided by. But to your point, we have roughly 2 miles to work with, and so it's just a matter of the better, the better site for the community, the better.
Didn't we just put over $3 million into Moorish with taxpayer money?
We put
With the last bond?
3.4 million in the last bond. What's in the new bond, Jamie? How much?
I love that you think I have it all in my head.
I do. I've got 90% of it in my head, and you got to have the other 10%. So what is it? I think it's 2 million or 1 million. Yeah, okay. Yeah, please tell me.
Which is a very valid point. We just put money into a building, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at if we sell the building, we take the 2 million or 3 million that we have going into Moorish. I'm just thinking forward and take that money and divert it to one of the other buildings to fix them up if we did do this. But I just want to know. Give me the number, please.
Plus, we're split.
Yeah, that's okay.
The number on the bond app is $778,000.
$1 million. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Plus, we're split, right? We're K through 3, or K through 2 and 3 through 5, right? And all these schools are set up the same. Deke, Elms.
Deke, Elms, and Moorish are all the same.
Right,
Gaines is
right,
the
and these
difference.
kids have to
building.
transition
So is Siren.
to these schools. They, go to kindergarten at Moorish, they get to 3rd grade, they gotta go to Elms. Wouldn't it be nice just to make that easier for them? The building's set up the same, it's not so much of a shock, I guess.
So are you suggesting that we would then build other buildings identical to this one to accommodate all the children? This building is 70 years old.
Okay.
And we have someone who is in a position to offer us up to $40 million to, it's
Here's my other thing, all these
something that
new
we didn't,
projects were in the hole.
we didn't ask for. But we need to seriously discuss and consider $40 million that would accommodate a facility that would be multi-purpose and something that we have nothing like it in the school.
Yeah,
I
but
think
all
the
these-
kids would adapt pretty quickly.
All these other new projects are putting us in the hole too. So it's not, yeah, the kids is a big one.
I feel like we're caught in this, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go
go,
ahead.
no, you're good.
I'm
No,
pausing.
good.
No, I'm sorry.
done.
I feel like we're caught in a snare. It's like Swartz, nothing against you gentlemen, but it's like Swartz Creek is a school district that happens to have a building, and we have a lot of Monday Township people here. I want to recognize you guys, thanks for coming. But Danielle and Jennifer and who else is here? There was somebody else from Monday Township. Yeah, but it's like we're in a snare because they're buying property in Monday Township that we happen to have a school building in. I don't want to keep the kids next to a facility if it does open up, obviously. Then I see a lot of Monday Township residents here that are probably ticked off about what's going on because what little feedback I got, they're like, well, we really don't know what's going there. So you kind of answer the question. We don't know what's going there. It's whatever manufacturing complex that comes in, and then they're going to go to Monday with their proper coding and zoning and saying, hey, well, you can or you cannot do this. And it's like we're caught in a snare, and either we pull the plug and move, or we stay there.
And get built around.
And get built around us. And I think that's why a lot of people are selling their houses, because I know a whole bunch of nice houses down Elms and Hill Road that are gone. This is my stomping ground. I told you for 64, 65 years now. I don't know, to be honest with you, I'm kind of miffed. I don't know what to do on this. I think it's going to create a little bit more thought than us just coming up with a decision today, Carrie. There's no way, I got to research it more.
We're not deciding anything today, Chuck. This is our opportunity to listen and ask questions.
And I'd be happy to continue to help you through the process, to continue to answer questions.
Well, I've got a lot more questions. I'm just getting hit right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I can understand and empathize. So wanted to give you a presentation of where we're at, what we think is possible. Want you to contemplate what you want to do.
Well, some people have said that this may be toxic or something. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just listening to people in the community, this and that. So why would I want a school even 2 miles down the road?
Why would I even want that in some of these people's backyards?
That's a hard word, but I mean, I don't know what the industrial terminology is. So.
But our concern is the school.
Right.
And so.
In the family.
We appreciate both of you being here. Thank you. And Suzanne, thank you for being here to kind of pinch hit. But thank you for the work that you've done. It's been very thoughtful, and I appreciate the presentation.
Yeah.
And
is there any recommended next steps or something you want me to do, or?
No, I think this.
So I'm hearing that the recommended steps would be for us to establish a process to negotiate.
Sure.
And then have you back at a future meeting where we could ask additional questions. I would want to have an opportunity to ask questions in between if we have any that come up.
I do. Why is this being rushed?
Right. Our grant will expire in 2028. So if we can't come to an agreement, will
So there
you?
might not be a factory in the backyard
No,
if your grant expires.
No, we own 1,185 acres.
Yeah.
We are going to continue in the next few years to acquire more property. We hope that the Swartz Creek School District is a part of that. If you're not, the money, we will use it in other ways and move forward. But no hard feelings. I'm trying to provide an opportunity to the
No,
school district.
and you gotta remember, we kind of behind the 8 ball here.
Yeah.
So the property that you're proposing, from what I remember, because I've lived here for so long, I wasn't here on the board, but that property was sold by the school to somebody. Is that the same property? Isn't that, because
That
that
was the
Moorish
property we were told to
Hill
look at.
was where we owned 35 acres. I wasn't on the school board then, but they tried to pass a bond and build a new school there anyways. And then somebody sold
It
it, so
certainly
we're gonna
doesn't
buy
have
it back for probably 10 times the price.
Certainly does not have to be there or
No,
have to
no, I'm
do
just
anything.
asking, that's where you're proposed, yeah.
That's what I was told to look
Or
at.
maybe somebody else proposed it, yeah, I don't know who.
So,
Dave, do you know that answer? Is that what, was that?
I think it was the general acreage that was available and the proximity to where, it would be convenient for.
It just happens to be that's property that I didn't sell, but the school sold 8 years ago or 9 years ago.
Sure.
15 years ago.
Maybe we can get them to donate it to us and we can name it after them. I mean,
Well,
there's,
I know who owns it, and they're not gonna donate it.
Well,
If it's the same property I'm thinking about, why would he donate it when he could probably sell it for a couple million to somebody? I mean, that's business.
that's how we've gotten our other.
I wish I would've bought it from the school. I think we sold it for 150 from what I recall.
I don't remember. I just know that's where you get Deke Elementary,
sell it.
right? When you get a family that donates the property.
Okay, I guess preliminary, as Carrie said, thank you. There's gonna be a lot more questions I have. I just gotta.
process it.
Is there a way, Travis, maybe this is a question for you, I know we can go back and watch the YouTube and see it all, but, or whoever, can we get your slideshow emailed to us directly so we can?
Travis has it.
Perfect, can you email it out to us all, Travis, so we can, that way we can go back through their slideshow and look at it, instead of watching the video and stopping and pausing.
And all these meetings have to be done in public.
Yep.
And I would like, I guess for lack of better terms, Carrie, maybe we should, not that we're gonna do anything, but we're gonna have questions. I'm gonna have a lot of questions tonight, 'cause I'm gonna go home and sit and think about them. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't ask this, or that. And consult with other people that I trust in the area and say, do you have questions? And then we gotta bring it back within the next, at least couple weeks, because I wanna kind of have a handle on what we're doing, because I don't wanna put it off too long. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, maybe you can set a date and have an open meeting. I know you guys are on vacation, but the next 3 or 4 weeks, as long as we have a quorum of 4, because you guys could watch online, because we need to get.
Could we piggyback it with our July 16th meeting already? Could we do that?
I don't know.
I'm not in a hurry. I mean, we're already doing the special meeting for the new board.
Well, I'm in a hurry. I don't.
Just for another opportunity for questions.
I want to know what's going on, and have you guys, if the property that you propose, has that been secured yet?
There's draft PAs in place, there's agreement.
Okay, there's been already, you guys have done legwork on the backside.
But nothing's
Okay.
signed.
That's all I have. Thank you, Carrie.
So Chuck, another option would be finance and operations in July, which I believe is on the 15th.
We can do it. We'll probably have to do it out here. People from the public show up, because I encourage them to.
Well, it's still an open meeting.
Yep.
And we could just change the location within the building.
Yes, perfect. It's still the same address. Thank you.
Okay?
I think that's.
Okay, and I would also want to bring in our legal team, somebody from our legal team, because obviously it involves a contract at some point, so. All right,
Do we need someone from the legal team right away? That's jumping the gun.
I have one question. That's early childhood, first, second, and third grade would be in that building? Or just
well, there'd be kindergarten, I'm thinking.
kindergarten
and-
first?
The model that we were given to do that 650 kids was pre-K through 2. For 650 kids.
Okay, that's my question.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll look at the 15th, of July, which is a Tuesday, and expand our Finance and Operations Committee. Correct, Chuck?
Yes, and then,
Okay.
yeah, we'll go with that. I'll share it, of course, but we'll get it out to the public, so maybe some key people could come in, and, because that'll be a little bit easier to ask questions, so we can, get our mind wrapped around that.
And Tyler and Dave, would you be available for that meeting if
What
we?
day was it again?
It's the 15th of July. It's a Tuesday. We meet usually at 2 o'clock. That might have to be adjusted.
Yep.
Well, actually, that's
Finance
finance.
is at 2
At
and
2, and
3
then
is-
operations
3 is
at 3 o'clock.
Forget, we
Thank
got
you.
a lot of other stuff to do. We
Okay.
gotta interview the superintendent, we gotta,
That's
I mean, we
Right.
gotta get a new board member, we got a lot on the plate right now,
She
so
makes a good point. We have a lot of.
let's
We do.
simmer down.
I haven't slept
Yeah.
much in the last week. So, okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Suzanne, thank you. I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry. Jade, I'm so sorry.
Is it okay if we leave?
You know, it's just fine if you leave, and thank you for being here. We appreciate the thorough. No, no, you can comment, but there won't be any questions
We'll
being
be
answered.
happy, we're looking forward to further conversations
Yeah.
with anything you guys want to ask.
Okay? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies. Appreciate it.
Public's questions.
Right. Yeah, I think,
Can I comment here?
No,
Since we're
not
on
yet.
questions?
No. Jamie, you wanted to clarify something. I'm so sorry, we missed you. You wanted to clarify something related to your presentation.
I just heard a couple of comments in follow-up to the budget presentation that we were in deficit or we were broke, or some of those passing comments, and I just wanted to clarify. We have a healthy fund balance. I just want to reiterate that. I thought the slide conveyed that, so just clearing up any potential misinformation. We have a rainy day fund, our fund balance. It's there to balance any revenue disconnects, such as the one we encountered this year, where the state did not give us any foundation increase, or just weather the storm so that we can keep business as usual and make decisions proactively with time. No different than an individual consumer who should have a rainy day fund in case their hot water heater breaks, or they get laid off and they need to live on their savings for a little while. Savings doesn't just naturally grow and only go in one direction. Sometimes you have to tap into it for things such as infrastructure, a mandate, a need, a wish. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you for letting me come back to the mic.
thank you.
All right, Jamie had asked just after the break if she could clarify that, and I missed the opportunity to have her continue that conversation because there had been questions related to it. All right, thank you,
That's
Jamie.
still off the agenda. It's not following.
It's my prerogative at this point. She had asked
Exactly.
me earlier.
Okay, thanks.
And no, we don't provide the opportunity for
Yeah.
the public to ask questions for any presentation. They are allowed, however, to make public comment in our next opportunity.
Yeah.
All right, next on our agenda is the board action items, beginning with the approval of the 2024-2025 Swartz Creek Community Schools budget final. I'd entertain a motion for.
So moved.
Chuck? Andrea? All right, any comments or questions? Hearing none. Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Andrea Fick. Yes. Autumn Henry.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Next, we have the approval of the 2025-2026 Swartz Creek Community Schools budget, the preliminary as was presented by Jamie. I'd entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Andrea? So support? Support. Kim? Any other comments or questions? Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the 2025-2026 preliminary Swartz Creek Community Schools budget as presented. And Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
No.
Andrea Fick. Yes. Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Thank you, Chuck.
Or yes.
All right. Thank you. And thank you again, Jamie, for all of your work. There's so much behind that and so many layers. Thank you. So next we have some really exciting student-focused items. beginning with the approval of the middle school Washington DC field trip, which is scheduled for February 2026.
Who's coming for that?
I don't know if we have any presenter, or if not, I would entertain a motion. It was, the description and the details were in your packet. Andrea, I hear a motion. Any?
Second.
Okay. Autumn, any comments or questions? Sounds like a great trip, always is. Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Andrea Fick? Yes. Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
Yes.
5 yes.
Thank you. Next, we have the approval of the high school overseas Greece field trip for spring break in March 2027.
Will support if I get to go. It's to Greece.
Is that a motion, Andrea?
Yes, I move.
Okay.
Yeah, second it.
Autumn, second. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the high school overseas Greece field trip for spring break in March 2027 as presented. Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Andrea Fick?
Yes.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
Yes.
5 yes.
Thank you very much, and have a great time. Let's see. The next is the approval of the purchase of Being a Reader, second edition, that I mentioned in my academic achievement report. I would entertain a motion for approval.
Michelle, did you explain this to us last month, or is this the month before?
This was at the Academic Achievement
Oh,
Committee.
it wasn't presented last month when you asked
No.
for something? Okay.
No, if you have any questions, so I can.
This is the one that's grant funded,
Okay.
Chuck, that has to be submitted by 11th of July, that
Oh, okay.
starts at 30,000, and then there's an additional $44 per student and/or any
And that's all
excess
coming
funds
from?
that are available.
Yeah, what fund is it coming from? I know it's federal, but 31, 35?
35M.
It's Section 35M, it's a state grant, and it's specifically for Tier 1 literacy materials. So there were state-approved programs, and our current program wasn't on the list for reading. Our writing program that we recently adopted was on the list, collaborative literacy, and we would like to purchase the reading half of the program. We've already purchased the writing half. It will be paid for by the grant. At most, if the grant covers just the minimum of what they've guaranteed us, it would cost us $42,824.20 from general fund. However, it is highly likely that the grant monies will increase, and so that general fund contribution. We were going to wait until next year to purchase this literacy program to try to like space it out more, but then we'd be passing up having it 80%, well, I don't know, you're the mathematician, 70% funded by grant funds. So we would like to propose that we do it now as opposed to next year.
Okay, so it's 225 total,
Mm-hmm.
and 80% is being paid federally, which is about 165, but okay. And then you're gonna come up with, from the general fund, 40,000? 45,000.
Correct.
And you said we have that.
It's Michelle's existing budget.
Correct.
So it's not gonna dip into our, what we discussed yesterday on our fund balances and how much we're putting in capital improvement?
It does not
Okay.
impact that at all.
All right, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. Before I vote on it. I hope. You should ask that question. You should ask that question.
Oh, yeah.
Autumn has a question.
No, I don't. Yeah. Is it gonna
I'll
increase?
ask her first.
Yeah.
She's shocked. Is this going to increase the test scores for the children,
Yeah, because we're thinking.
do you think? Or you hope?
I believe strongly, the state of Michigan has a new literacy dyslexia law that goes into effect the fall of 2027. And as part of that, they are going to require state mandated curriculum, state mandated training for our teachers. There's a lot of things that we're having to do to get ready to comply with that law. And these literacy materials align with the science of reading, and yes, they, implemented with fidelity, will increase our literacy scores.
Are other schools purchasing the same stuff? Or do they
Yes,
already have it?
all across the state of Michigan, schools are choosing from the state-approved list and using these funds to purchase new programs.
I've been looking at our proficiency in other schools, it's really horrible.
Yeah, really, the state of Michigan across the board has seen since the pandemic a huge dip. I think we're, 44th out of the 50 states in the state of Michigan. That's due to a lot of factors. Part of that is the pandemic and its after effects. Part of it is attendance. Chronic absenteeism has increased in the state of Michigan to almost 40% during the pandemic. It's come down now to about 30%, but that's still quite a bit higher than it was prior. And when kids aren't in school, they can't learn. So our district has a number of improvement plans to address these issues of academics and attendance and student engagement.
And we will be bringing an updated presentation for you in July or August, so that you can see the foundation that we've set already in our plan for the future.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and support. Yes. And no other questions? All right. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approve the purchase of Being a Reader, second edition, for $225,150.00. Section 35M grant funds will fund the purchase to the extent possible, and general funds will be used for the balance. Sue, can you do roll call, please?
Carrie, who do you have for the motion and the support?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I was asking. Okay, so motion for approval?
So moved.
Andrea, do you have a support?
Support.
Chuck? Thanks, Sue.
Yeah, no problem. Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
That's 5 yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, and thanks,
Put it to
Michelle.
good use.
They will. All right. Next, we have on our agenda the approval of Jim Kitchen as interim superintendent. As we have discussed earlier, Mr. Heatherton has left for a new opportunity, and the state of Michigan and the revised school code does require every public school to have in place a superintendent. We cannot have a gap. At a minimum, we have to do an interim superintendent's appointment. Given the fact that Mr. Heatherton's resignation is effective July 4th, which is next week, thank goodness, we need to approve an interim superintendent this evening. I want to say that I believe that through thoughtful succession planning over many years has put us in a position to have someone who's qualified, experienced, involved, and also willing and ready to be serving as our interim superintendent. Your ability to work with Rod closely at his elbow and be very responsible and involved in many programs and innovations has brought you to the table today. So I just wanted to say that we have school starting in 8 weeks. And like I mentioned, it doesn't seem like that, right? But 8 weeks. And so I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Andrea, do you have support?
I just have a question. Is it because of his current title that Jim is up for this spot? Or, yeah, to be interim? Or were any other candidates?
So much like a vice principal in a school, I'll use this analogy, correct me if I'm wrong, a vice principal in a school is being readied, is serving in the capacity of an assistant to that building principal. That person is being readied as others are, and a teacher who wants to become a principal is learning basically on the job but Jim has had many years of experience, our high school principal. To answer your question,
Yeah.
he is the one who has been sitting in that position that is the backup to our superintendent for several years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I kind of see how Jim operates. But being that we have to hire a new superintendent, I just thought it might have been beneficial to see somebody else in the role.
This is interim.
Yeah,
I've
just
got
for a
some
second,
questions,
just
yeah.
to kind of test the waters to see how they would do.
Well, that's
I don't know.
that's a next step. We have to have, not tonight,
Yeah.
but as a board, we have to consider what our process looks like and what our next steps would look like.
Okay.
So when are you gonna bring that up, Carrie?
That is something we have to talk about in the near future.
I sent a memo though to everybody to say we should start the process.
But do you know how long it takes to do
Yeah, I
that?
know exactly how long it takes. I've been through it 3 times now here.
Well, it takes 2 to 4 months after you've identified a search firm, if that's what you choose to do. And then you have to hope that it's the right time of year and that there's a pool of candidates that would be what we're looking for.
The
And I
same
would also-
argument you used last time. I
would-
don't mind making him interim, but I want a process to go through. Jim is a very nice man, and he's qualified. He's worked with Rod hand in hand, and we should look for multiple people, and him and anybody in the school district can apply for it. And we went through this same problem before, so I will second the motion, but there's discussion on the motion. And I sent a memo a week ago, and I was one of the guys that never knew about Rod. And if I'd known he had put in for a job, I would have started the process 4 to 5 weeks ago. So which one of you knew, which one of you didn't know? And that's a problem, because that's tomfoolery, trickery. And I'm not gonna tolerate it anymore. I will second the vote for him as interim. You can smile all you want. I sent the memo, and yeah, obviously somebody knew he was leaving, and I didn't know as vice president. I know he doesn't like me, and I didn't really care for him, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We have to have some type of understanding of how this district works and keeps conformity, and we're not just gonna move puzzles around. I wanna open it up, and I'm very strong about that to everyone, and I think Jim should put in, and I told him about that the other day. I says, it's nothing against Jim, but we should have an open pool. If nobody shows up and it costs us 25 grand, hell, we just spent 250,000 on some reading material. So I don't want to hear it. We have, according to Miss Jamie, great fund balance. So we are going to spend a few bucks and open it up. And I guess if we don't do that, I would withdraw my motion as a second.
So I'm unclear, Chuck. Are you seconding the motion?
No, I'm withdrawing it till we get that agreement. That's discussion on the motion.
I don't know that we can make an agreement right now. We have to have all of our board members here.
We have a quorum, Madam President.
And we also, if we approve Jim as our interim superintendent, it will give us time to calmly and coolly look at what our options are. This, I will tell you from my experience, this is not the right time of year to start looking for a superintendent. Those folks have all been swooped up by districts who have fiscal years starting July 1st.
So for my detective stuff, it sounds like you've already made your decision personally.
I did not.
Well, yeah, that's what you just said. You don't know you said it, but I know you just said it. Here, you just said it. You
No,
said, well,
I am
we don't have
telling you,
time.
Chuck, there are several options that we can have. If you're suggesting that we use a search firm to look for a
Yes, I am
superintendent,
suggesting
the timing of that is not ideal at
So
this
how long
point.
is this
So we want to wait till
position?
July then to make it? And not
I'm
do it
sorry?
now? You want to wait till July then to do it, or do you want to do it now?
I'm telling you, the more ideal situation would be in September or at the end of this year. That's when candidates are more plentiful. You are not going to find a big pool of superintendents, and I've done this a few times too.
I know you have.
And in the summer.
Well,
So how long does the interim position,
Yeah.
like, how long can that last?
And it's an interim position.
Okay.
But our
It can go
goal would be, our
So-
goal would be to identify and hire a superintendent.
So could we agree that Jim is gonna be the interim? And
Yes.
that we and you mentioned anyone within the district could apply, but anyone anywhere can apply. It is not a district job. And obviously, we just lost our superintendent to another district, and we lost what was Sean's position? We just lost one of our people here in the ad building a couple months
and
ago.
we lost Kevin Claren.
Well, Kevin retired, but we lost Sean. She took a superintendent role just, a month ago? So I agree with Carrie, like, we see these positions out there, we lost a lot last year. Anyways, could we maybe agree that we want to open up the candidate pool and start looking into that in maybe September, right? Like, we need to find a new board member, we need to have discussions about Moorish, we're getting back to school, like, maybe we look into the hardcore part of it at the end of the calendar year when we're a little less stressed with back to school. Does that make sense?
I would just like to set a date, like, to hold us accountable for looking for a new superintendent and, you know,
That's what I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
you say, like,
Well, I'm saying
start
in-
looking for them, but you can't guarantee you're gonna have somebody.
in the verbiage, yeah.
No, but we don't know we're not gonna have anybody. That's the problem. We didn't do
Right.
this the last time, or I just think that it's fair that we open it up to everybody, including Jim. And I'm willing to support Jim as interim superintendent and potentially supporting him as permanent superintendent. But I would like a choice of 3 or 4 people and let the company do it. I had a notice the other day from a company, we can come right in and start doing it. Yeah, it was $26,000.
Yeah, they
but
know,
can
as
do
soon
it.
as soon as your superintendent is leaving, we will get solicitations. And those forms are, firms are plentiful.
Okay.
But that doesn't, in all due respect, Chuck, that doesn't solve our issue right now, which
No,
is we
I'm
have to
with you on
have.
that.
Can we move forward on this, though?
Sure.
We have to have an interim superintendent named tonight, or we will not be in compliance.
Okay, I will.
Plus, we need someone who's stable to lead the district, who's familiar right now. We have 8 weeks until school starts, 8 weeks and 5 days or something like that. And not that I'm counting, but we need to approve this, and then I'm absolutely in favor of having a conversation about what the strategic move is for moving forward. Okay? So is that you're putting it back in, Chuck? You're reestablishing your motion?
I thought you already
No,
had a
because
second.
Okay,
we've
you
not
have a
put
second?
date on it, or say we're gonna actively advertise or do something. We're just, because it's gonna go by the wayside.
So
I got so
Sue-
much stuff going on, I get thrown at.
But Chuck, we don't have to, that's our job, just like you were saying yesterday, holding us accountable to the bond. We're accountable to everyone in the community to do what we're saying we're gonna do.
Exactly.
So-
And having an interim superintendent's the first thing to add on to that motion, that we're gonna start a search ASAP and try to find somebody. I don't see what that big issue is.
It does say until a new superintendent is selected.
No, select it. I want to go through a process. I want that down, that we go through a process. And that's me. I'm one vote. We can take a vote on it. I'm one vote.
Zealand did it.
Right? Well, yeah, it wouldn't be so pressing
isn't
if we
your
would have more of us
opportunity
would have had a head
No,
start.
it's not.
I know, but it's true.
Okay, so I'm
Sue,
confused.
can you restate the people who have made the motion and supported it?
Andrea made the motion and Kim supported it.
Thank you very much. And any comments or questions? Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approve Jim Kitchen as an interim superintendent to oversee operations until a new superintendent is selected. And Chuck, I will make a commitment to you that we will set aside time to have a conversation about the different options, and I think we need to be fully educated on what those are, what that looks like, and the timing. And I just, before we vote, Sue, I just want to make this comment. Hiring someone for $25,000 to $35,000 does not guarantee us a candidate that we choose to hire. So we need to be very thoughtful and methodical about what we're going to do next. I don't disagree with you, Chuck. I know that's a shock, but I don't disagree with you at all. We have to think through this process and do what's best for this district. We are fortunate to have Mr. Kitchen sitting here. Some schools are not that lucky. They have people who are new or have not been experienced or have not worked under the tutelage of a superintendent. We're very blessed. So with that, Sue, will you do a roll call?
Yes. Autumn Henry.
Oh, no. No.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Thank you, Chuck. All right.
No.
Be it resolved, we already read that. Thank you so much. Mr. Kitchen, congratulations, and you are our new superintendent on an interim basis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, I'll give you a few minutes if you'd like to say anything.
Just excited about the opportunity. You know, this was not on my bingo card, as you've heard quite a bit. I wasn't even sure if this is a job that I wanted to do. I've been in this district 15 years. I moved to this district. I'm excited about what is happening here, and I'm honored to be able to move us forward. And so I appreciate the opportunity. Whatever you decide as a board, I completely support. I'm not hoping for this position by any means. I have to wrestle with it, even if this is something that is meant for me also. So I respect all of your decisions and opinions on this. Look forward to the future.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks, everyone on the board. Okay, I know it's not easy. None of this is easy. We've had a board resignation and the exodus of our superintendent within the same week. And it's not been easy. And I do like to sleep once in a while. So thank you for everybody seeing the need and filling that need. But we will have conversations that will result in us having a plan for where we go. And thanks for that, Chuck. I know you've been very adamant about it. It's the fact is we have to have somebody sitting in the seat. We have someone who's qualified, and that does give us a little bit of time to breathe and to think through that process. So thank you. Okay, now we have our second comment, public comments opportunity, and from the crowd that we have sitting here, I'm guessing we're going to have quite a few people. I am going to ask people to be respectful and orderly, and if we start to see a repeat of comments, we may ask you to move on. I have the ability to do that just to keep it efficient, not to keep the person from speaking, but we don't need to hear the same thing over and over again. All right, with that, I would offer the opportunity for public comments. If you have representatives, that's usually very efficient. And
Can we clarify that it's comments only and that we as boards shouldn't be responding?
Well, we
Right.
can. So
No.
if you're trying to tell me not to,
I wasn't telling you not to, I'm just saying.
No, we will not be responding to your comments.
Well,
As you all, if you're here for the mega site and the school, you all heard the information that we have heard this evening. And
Carrie, in all
committed.
fairness, if a board member wants to say a short comment, these poor people sat through this meeting for whatever reason. They come from work. I've been a big public activist. I've been to a million meetings. I've been a township supervisor, deputy supervisor, city council member at Swartz Creek at one time. And if somebody wants to talk.
I didn't say people couldn't comment, Chuck. I just said we're not answering questions.
How does that make those people feel out there? You're saying, I'm here for the community, I'm here for the people, and we sit here and stare at them and then make them walk away without a word. I know Adam's here, we've got some other board members here from other townships. It's opening up a can of worms.
But when you answer one person back and not others, it creates a conflict.
But how can you tell a board member not to say something?
I did not say that.
I said we aren't answering questions. If you have comments.
And I don't appreciate you speaking for me.
That's fine, Carrie, that's okay.
Then we make comments.
Out of my job is to manage this process
You got it,
tonight.
as president, you're right.
Okay.
I apologize.
Thank
You're
you.
right, they can make it earned comments, you're right.
Okay. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I'll go first for public comment. So, Michelle Paul, Director of Curriculum and Instruction here for Swartz Creek Schools, worked for Swartz Creek Schools for 30 years. Very deeply invested, as are all of us here. And my sister and my sister-in-law teach at Moorish. My niece and nephew go to Moorish. You know, this is a very big decision ahead of us as a district. And it does deserve due process. It deserves lots of time given to thoughtful dialogue. And I would just like to offer up that I've taken some notes, I'll continue to take notes. If people want to ask questions, I know we don't have answers for them tonight, but I will be happy to write all those questions down. And I'll also be happy to create like a Google form a survey where you could ask your questions in a survey or give your input into a survey, and I can collect up some of that information for the board, if that would be of interest.
Thank you, Michelle. That would be very helpful.
All right.
And can also be shared with others in the community and for those folks
Right.
that weren't able to be here
Andrea
this time.
said she wants to write them down. She's the secretary.
Sure.
No, I'm just
I'm making
kidding.
lots of notes.
I'm just kidding. Michelle offered, let her do it.
Yeah,
Great.
absolutely.
Thank you, Michelle.
All right.
Anyone else?
State my name again. Don Ludwig, 5141 Maple Avenue. Congratulations, Jim. I appreciate you stepping up to the plate there. I guess I can't question. So I'm looking at School Digger here, and why are we ranked 411th out of 610 schools for Michigan districts? Is this why we're having problems with staffing? I mean, we've had staffing issues. Obviously, our superintendent just left. We had a board member leave. How are we going to bring in a proper candidate to be a supervisor or superintendent? Our first thought is for the school. We need our kids to get smarter, obviously. We're at a 2-star rating. Now I'll touch on Lurvy Construction a little bit on the mega site. I'm sure you guys all knew I was going to end up going there. They're not the most reputable company. We just recently, I did email Christine Armstrong, Tyler Ross Messler. I believe I emailed Rod too. They were tearing down 2 homes right next to the exit of Moorish Elementary with just an orange vapor barrier. That was a fast 3 minutes. So there was 2 homes there. They tore them down to make a presence while the parents were leaving the school. I don't belong to the school board, but I got phone calls that there was some kids that have some learning disabilities were concerned over their childhood home being torn down by the time they got home from school. So to me, that little orange vapor barrier, that didn't protect the school. On to my next thing about Lurvy Construction, they are under violation right now with Eagle. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. I did email Christine Armstrong, Tyler Rossmessler, the governor, everybody, and I demanded them in the email to stop, that they were in a wetland. They did not listen to Don, so Don called Eagle. And guess what? About 25 Eagle trucks showed up and they got a violation. So that is still pending. They had to respond by May 5th. They respond back at May 1st. So we need to make sure we have the right company to do this. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Tyler said that there was 212 parcels, property owners, and then he said that there's 112 sold. There's still 100 to go. So most of the land, the 1,184 acres he's claiming, was between 2 farmers, was all the farmland. You still have Miss Walters in there. She's got 80 acres. You have me, and you have another 98 residents that have not sold. They're trying to scare everybody. Their date of May 22nd of 2028, that is on the MED website. I can email anybody that. They have key monuments 1 through 4, and they're going to key monument number 2. So their first allocant of money was 131 million. Their next amount is 67 million. I know the ins and outs of a lot of it. I know people don't like me. I don't care what people think of me, but I'm going to tell you what I know. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, what's MDA stand for? Gary, would you ask me, please?
MDE?
Yeah, MDE, that's what? Michigan Department of what?
MEDC, I'm sorry, MEDC, Michigan Economic Development Corporation.
Oh.
That's who's given the Flint Genesee Economic Development the go-ahead.
Thank you.
And they're being investigated also.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I just want to look at that.
Brian Bender, again, I grew up in Floria Village. I'm going to go through Swartz Creek things first and then the mega site. First off, I'm in the process of FOIAing all board members' emails from 12/1/24 through today, because I believe that several members were aware of Rod's applying outside the district, and I think it was wrong for you to bundle 5 contracts together when you knew that he could be leaving. That's highly irregular. From a budget standpoint, what does it cost per student? My math came up with $14,100. Is that right?
I think that was information that Chuck confirmed.
Okay, so 14,000, we're getting 10,000. Every out-of-district student, school of choice costs us 4+, right? Why would we do that? That's just simple logic to me. You have deficit in 24-25, and it looks like 25-26, about $1 million plus each year. How many other deficits prior to this did we have? How many years in a row have we been running a deficit? And I know we have a bank account with money in it, but why do we want to keep dipping into that? Now on to the unicorns that Tyler brought to the meeting. First off, we went through this back in the 70s. I grew up. My parents bought a lot out in Linden because the airport was going to expand. Guess what? My mom still lives there. That property never changed. They were going to expand the airport, and nothing ever happened. And I sense that may be the case here. Several companies have looked at this property and decided they don't want it. There's several pieces of property I know the people will not sell, and it's going to be a jagged piece of property. Now, legally, there's an active lawsuit against the MEDC filed by the Mackinac Center for Policy. That lawsuit refers to 1963. When you take money like this, you have to have a supermajority to approve it. That never happened. So you may find yourself in a situation where you think you're getting $40 million, and I understand it's a dilemma. You got an old school, you might get a new one for free. There could be a lawsuit that stops the whole thing. That lawsuit is active. By the way, he mentioned the owner. It is not not Flint Genesee Economic Group. It is the Maple Hill LLC. Big difference. It's a private individual who happens to be the executive director of 5 of the nonprofits at the Flint Genesee Economic Group by the name of Tim Herman. So put that together that they don't own. He said they do not. And it's not a nonprofit, it's a private individual. So the state of Michigan took $259 million of our tax money and gave it to Tim Herman to buy this property. Okay. By the way, he's never defined what those jobs would be. I met with him 3 years ago, asked him that question, has never been able to tell me.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you.
My name is Gerald Roberts. I live at 4487 Lundywood Drive. I'm in the Swartz school system. Tyler said we're a nonprofit. Tim Herman, I've been told, has 4 nonprofits that he's the executive. You're only supposed to have 1. He's the executive director of that. I've been told that he makes $250,000 up for each one of those. Now, if he's a nonprofit, he's a nonprofit. They get the money, in other words, from the state. They get all this particular land bought out of our tax dollars. Now, this last week, they went down in Ferndale, Lansing, and someplace else to Dana Nestle's office, the economic development. They took 40 people out of that particular building. That particular economic building is the place where they give Tim Herman and all these nonprofits the money out of our tax dollars. Now it says, I don't know where it is, but I've heard this, the money, in other words, should not be used out of taxpayers' money for business purposes. You have to have a 2/3 majority of both the House and the Senate, in other words, to release that taxpayer money, in other words, to the people. Now, if Tim Herman's got that particular money, and it's illegal money, and they had an arrest, in other words, through the FBI this last week on 40 members and in Lansing and someplace else, where are you guys at if you buy that? In other words, if you sell the land and the property. Now, they're going to give you $40 million through 28. What's inflation? Maybe it should be $50 million if you're going to make a contract with them because of the inflationary factor. And they've got their person and their company making this bid. Shouldn't you have other companies making the same bid? And you got maybe $50 million and you could build it for $35 million. Doesn't that make sense? Why should they have the opportunity, in other words, of having their people build that? You can use their same contract and their same designs and everything, go out on a bid basis to see what you can get it for less. Common sense. People act like Trump, make the deal in your benefit, not their benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, I like your comments.
Anyone else?
My name's Alicia Conley.
I'm sorry?
Alicia Conley.
Okay.
I do find it kind of disrespectful that you dismiss them because we have all sat here all day or for a long time through this, and they should have heard our comments as well. They want to buy our school, but they don't have the time to stay. That speaks volumes. I think that if we're selling a school, the whole community should be involved in this. This should be a meeting at the gym, the cage, wherever you want to have it, and everybody should be coming and having a say in this. This shouldn't be just you guys, just us. It should be everybody. We've passed bond after bond to improve these schools. For what? I mean, it's been a stepping stone for our superintendents. They've got new jobs out of it. But we're not, I mean, yeah, you're going to give us a new school, but to the previous point, you designed it for us. You talked to one educator on the design. Why do we not have a advisory group that would come up with the new school, or even to discuss the sale of a school? This is way bigger than this, and this should not be a quick decision, to their point. This should take some time. They're talking about making the school for more kids, yet our attendance is declining. We're a shrinking district. We need to address some bigger issues before we talk about a new school. And that I will probably be back for another meeting on. But we have a lot of internal issues before we decide to build a big school. And he said it's state of the art. I did not hear one thing that made that the best elementary in Genesee County. Not one thing stood out on that presentation, besides it's brand new. There was not great technology, there was nothing. So I won't use my whole 3 minutes, but I think this is not a quick decision. Thank you.
Ms. Conley.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good comments.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Ursing. I live at 6274 King Arthur Drive. A little bit of background. We moved from Flint. Although I was not affected by the Flint water, I seen the trickle-down effect of the community. Still see it. I work at a local hospital. See it every day. We chose to move into Swartz Creek because we liked the rural area. We liked the district. We looked at multiple schools before we moved here. And we decided this was our best home for our now second grader. You know, I want to share a story with you guys. I went to go pick up my first grader, who's now going into second grade. He is at Moorish. And he got in the car and he said, "Mom, why are these houses being torn down?" And I was not prepared to have this conversation with him. I then turned around and asked him, "Were you out on the playground when they were tearing down houses?" And he said, "Yes." I immediately, as a parent, went, there's a lot of things going in the air. My kid's breathing that in. What if something breaks near this school while these kids are out on the playground? Nobody could answer. As I listened to Tyler's presentation, you know, the first thing that comes into my mind is, as a nation, gun control and gun violence is huge for school districts. And, you know, we passed a bond, and nobody can answer what we're doing for security measures for our kids. He talked about security, but didn't elaborate. Is there going to be windows? Is there going to be locked doors for our kids? It's not when is it going to happen, it's just how are we going to prepare for it if it does happen? And he didn't allude to any of that. Wants to make this big school all these access points for our kids to potentially be harmed. So hopefully you guys take that into consideration. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. This is my first board meeting, and I don't like talking in front of people, so there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for your comments.
Okay, Vicki Sturgis, Swartz Creek. I've been here practically all my life. I talked earlier. I also asked you to take some consideration in your decisions that you're making. And it was just presented to you that there are some questionable characters that have presented themselves to you. And I think you all should do some due diligence on looking into the backgrounds of particularly Tim Herman and his company. We don't want to be dealing with people that are slimy in their business dealings. We don't want that for Swartz Creek. Another thing we don't want is a board that hasn't looked into the whole angle of how one school is going to affect everybody. Now, take into consideration, I'm not asking you to answer me, but how many have you looked into the communities where they have built electric vehicle factories and what it has done to their communities? Because they're all over the United States, and these communities have been destroyed. And you may be thinking, oh, well, we only have to think about the school. That's our responsibility, isn't it? But how about the lives of every student that goes to this school and their families? In other words, the whole community. We have to think about how this is going to affect our whole community. Because if they do put in something that is very toxic, we can have the best elementary school in the whole United States with all the bells and whistles. But how good is that going to be if the whole community is full of toxic air and pollution and our water is destroyed? Is it really going to be worth it? That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Brianne Wilson, incoming SCEA president. I just want to say welcome, Jim, to the role of interim superintendent. We've worked across the table from each other, and I appreciate the board's decision to put someone in that we know so we can take the time to search at a time where we can cast a wide net, where we get the best quality applicants. I feel like that makes sense in terms of we have a working relationship with the teaching staff, and we can start school strong while we look, whether that's Jim or whether that's an outside candidate, look for someone who's the absolute best fit for all of our kids here at Creek. So thank you to the board. I feel like this makes sense as an option, and welcome, Jim.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
that. Anyone else?
Oh, you go ahead. You go ahead. Hi, Leah Davis, Mundy Township. I'm going to finish what I was reading earlier. The sale or demolition of Moorish Elementary violates both state and federal constitutional mandates. Demand for action. We hereby demand immediate halt on any sale, transfer, or demolition of Moorish Elementary pending full independent audit and community oversight. Full disclosure of all financial documents, contracts, grants, agreements, and communications involving state agencies, school board officials, and any third-party NGOs or corporations. Investigation by the Michigan Attorney General's Office and Office of the Auditor General into illegal funneling of public funds, potential fraud, or conflicts of interest. permanent injunction against the use of taxpayer funds for the benefit of private developers or politically connected NGOs without public referendum or supermajority approval. Notice of liability. Let this serve as official notice that any school board member, state official, or third-party entity who proceeds with this transfer or demolition will be held personally liable under 42 U.S.C. Section 1983 for deprivation of constitutional rights. 18 U.S.C. Sections 1341, mail fraud, and Sections 1343, wire fraud, if federal funds or communications were used. State-level fiduciary law violations for breach of public trust and dereliction of duty. RICO, Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. If a pattern of racketeering activity involving public officials and NGOs is established, we reserve the right to initiate federal and state civil litigation, including emergency injunctive relief, discovery demands, and class action certification to halt this unlawful project. The people of Swartz Creek and Genesee County will not allow the erasure of our institutions, the laundering of public assets, or the silencing of our voices. I'd like for you guys to consider what this will do to the community. I live on the corner of Linden and Maple Road, and it's a highway basically out over there, that district. And there's 9 communities, subdivision, residential areas that are close by Moorish, and they use the school, the kids use the school to ride their bikes, fly their kites, walk their dogs. There used to be a ball field out there too. So these people in the community need a place to go. There's no sidewalks. So it'll be devastating for us as a community to lose Moorish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello.
Rhonda Stowers from Mundy Township. Seems like there's a lot of education going on tonight. I didn't know about Tim Herman, but I would, for the benefit of Vice President Malky, the AMD Overlay District Zoning Ordinance is available on the Mundy Township website.
Thank you.
And it requires 300 feet from a principal building such as a school. So you're looking at a 300-foot barrier, more or less, between whatever this is and the school. And it's interesting to me, they say that, we're going to rip out houses and schools and churches, and we're going to make your community a better place. And that's usually not how that works. And when they followed up with, and we're going to drop a facility right in the middle of it, you have even a stronger reaction to it, and then they get slapped with an environmental regulation right at the beginning of building, and you think, okay, this is a nightmare. And I don't envy you as the board. This is a tough decision, and I echo the comments that an advisory group, that a community involvement, a meeting, town halls, things to get the community's opinion on this would be very, very helpful. Because they've been doing this since 2022, and they tell you in June of 2025, we need a decision on this in July of 2025. They have given you no time to consider anything about this. And yeah, it's a new building for an old building. What about maintenance? We're talking about 3 times the acreage. What about, maintaining all of these new tennis courts and pickleball and this wonderful community, dream that they've facilitated when they have purchase agreements for the property that apparently once was the schools, and now we're looking at buying that again. So I would just urge this board to really take the time. Don't be rushed into a decision. Don't be pushed into this. Really consider what is best for the school and the community, and then make your decision based on that, not upon a snap chance fear of losing out or a shiny whistle, but just really take the time and look at it. And really the reason I came tonight was because I was reading in the paper that there was a dispute amongst potentially members of the board as to whether or not this had to be done in an open meeting. This is the sale of property. This is not the purchase of property. And I bring it to the board's attention because the MCL 15.268D is to consider the purchase or lease of real property. It is not to consider the sale. And it has been established since 1978 in the Attorney General Opinion 5284. This was written by the Honorable James E. DeBaugh. I'm going to kill his name. It's DEFEBAUGH. Specifically asking the question, may a school board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of disposing of a building by sale or lease? The answer is no. So we would ask that the public be involved in every decision of this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Jenny Walgast. Do I have to give my address, or do I just say I'm from Swartz Creek? Okay. Wasn't sure what the process was here. Okay, so obviously there's a lot of information being shared. I would ask, just as a community member of the board, I know you guys have an open position, and you're talking about filling that within the next few weeks. It sounds like you're kind of talking about meeting and working with, getting some more questions for Tyler and his group before you get that new board person. I would ask as a community member, please get your board filled up and then start talking to them, so you give that opportunity for that new person to be able to ask questions and get all the information they can firsthand as well. So that's my first request. My second request, I was going to ask, provide a way for us as a community to ask questions, post things that we are thinking of that we'd like you to consider. I know that we've had a volunteer for that. I would ask that just have that be transparent so that we can see what's already been asked, so we're not asking the same thing over and over again. And if we see somebody else's question, we're like, oh, that was a good idea. What about this as well? So we're able to kind of really work together and get to a really good list of questions and things to consider. So those are my two requests of the board. Obviously, I'm not asking questions. Those are just recommendations that I would ask for as a community member. Some of the comments, and I'll definitely submit these if we get a way to ask questions or whatever, but some of the things that really hit me were that it just hit me that was a big lack of respect on Tyler's part to come in and show you guys what your new school is going to look like without getting your permission. Like, that floored me, that he felt that he could come in here and show you guys what this is going to look like and tell you how much it was going to cost without asking you what you would even want. So, like, they just don't seem like they respect us. They feel like they can just come in here and steamroll and just tell us what's in our best interest without asking us first. So that doesn't bode well, and that makes me really nervous, especially considering, the environmental concerns. And even this new site that they're talking about is right next to the advanced manufacturing site anyway. You really aren't getting a school that's any further away from this new facility than Moorish would be if it stayed there. Because if you look, it's going to be kitty corner. This property that they're proposing is kitty corner to the property where this new mega site is going to be. So you're not getting yourself any buffer, really, from this new mega site. And again, there's so many concerns. Like, I could go on for hours, as many of us could, but I'll just leave it there. But so thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
And on her comment, just before you sit down, so for the rest of the board, or the rest of the audience, all of our emails are available. Just no, I'm serious, and I'm not saying this, just email us so we can answer your questions. Because I'd reach right back out if I know the answer to help you.
Is there one thing that you can email everybody, or does it have to be each individual person?
You can email us all, we just have to respond individually. We
Yeah.
can't copy the whole.
Yes.
No,
You can-
you can email us as a group.
But there's not one, I can't just email board@swartzcreek.org
Yeah.
and get all of you at once, I have to look up it.
I would suggest that you send it to one person. We're not allowed to respond to all if we're all included in the email. So you could either.
You could send it to everyone.
You could send it to
We're
me.
individually
You could
gonna
send it to
respond.
Sue, or you have to send it to everybody if you want everybody to receive it, if you want us to respond back. Right? So
Just send it to one and CC it to the rest of us. We'll get it, and we'll email you back
Okay.
individually.
Does that help, Jenny? Thank you.
Great comment.
Andrew Wilson, Swartz Creek. I just wanted to clear up what I thought was some confusion over the per head funding whereas the $1,400 is already including the things, like her example was extra nurses and counselors that are specifically grant funded, and you would not expect or you do not expect that to match the single revenue source of the per head funding from just the state. And so that discrepancy there is sort of like a misnomer, where there's all this other funding and that total cost figure is just taking up so much other things that are covered already by other sources of income instead of just the per pupil funding. This is more just a comment for everyone, since I thought it was sort of confusing in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. My name is Shelley Thompson from Swartz Creek. And I just wanted to tell you, I appreciate, number one, I appreciate the job that you guys are doing. It's amazing. I love the questions. I love the hard questions. That's what boards are supposed to do. When you don't, it's not just supposed to be, oh, okay, this is, you said this, I agree with this. You're supposed to be a diverse group in our community, and it's hard to get that. It's hard to be the one to ask the hard questions. It's hard to come up in front of a group of people who I know don't want the mega site. I don't want the mega site either. It doesn't affect me as much because I don't live in that neighborhood. But I see we have the opportunity for $40,000 or $40 million for a school. Not $3 million. It's a 75-year-old school that we're trying to fix and amend it. I mean, we did it. We did it with the bond. We made significant improvements to all of our schools. Life-changing for these students that are in there. I mean, they spend 3 years in the elementary schools. We want them to have the best. We want them to have air conditioning. I mean, if you came to the board meetings before, we knew how cramped we were, and now it was too cold earlier. People didn't like that because we were making all of those changes. We did $48 million and made changes to all of our buildings. We have the potential to take $40 million and make changes to one of our buildings, and that's not, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity for our community. And I understand, Moorish has been there for 75 years. It's been there way longer than I've been alive. Okay, not way longer, but. And so I get it. I get it's part of the community, but we have to look at what's good for our community, what's good for the future of our community, for our kids, what we're trying to bring here, the kids that we're trying to keep here so we don't have 750 leaving. We want to maintain the best teachers. We want to give them the best facilities. And so we have to take those feelings out of it. Are we going to stop the mega site? Probably not. Do I want it here? No, I live in the country. I like my deer. I like my rabbits. And I love that part of Swartz Creek. Unfortunately, I think that ship has sailed, and I don't know that Moorish Elementary is going to stop it. They're just going to build around us, and then we're going to have kids. We've already had, the problems with the construction and all of that, and we're going to make our kids go through the construction, the building of an industrial site, and then have them be near an industrial site. So I appreciate it. So thank you.
Clayton Township? Pardon, you're from Clayton Township? Who got out of paying taxes in Flushing for this school? That happened. I'll talk to you after. But
Thank you for your comments. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right. Last, go ahead. We're going to go to public,
Okay.
okay.
I'll wait.
So, last on our agenda this evening are comments and questions from the board. Kim, did you want to start?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, that if we did sell the school and this money comes to the school, we would be taking bids on that. We would not necessarily hire Lurvy. I don't know which.
You would not have to hire Lurvy.
Okay.
The Lurvy is just basically saying that he can guarantee to get it for that price. But you're not locked into even the place where they're recommending. And you definitely are not locked into any individual builder.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
You want to go, Chuck?
No, I was just gonna comment on Kim. That's a great question, Kim. A good answer back to her, Jim. My suggestion on that would have been is that we actually, if it does happen, that we get the building plans, the construction plans, all that stuff, and then put it out for bids, because maybe we save some money. If we even got that far, and that's, I think, what Kim was going at, and that's I was gonna make a comment on that, so. Here. Keep going, Andrea, I'm sorry.
No, I just heard you say.
I just wanted to piggyback on Kim's comment on that, because that's a good comment, good answer.
And kind of like what I was saying earlier, is when the public gives a comment, when we're going back and forth, it's kind of distracting. Not that we can't answer some of those questions now during our board comments. There were a couple of things that were mentioned in the two different public comments that I did want to address. And one of them was, somebody had asked if we signed NDAs, and I know a couple of people answered that they had not. I don't know why we would. We're a public entity. I don't know if they were talking about the residents. I know several of the residents have to sign it that have sold to the mega site, or whatever group it is. They've had to sign them. They can't disclose what they've sold for it. That's not us. So I'm not sure if that was the question that was being asked. We have not signed NDAs because we haven't sold anything. So I've heard a lot in the community about there's no buyer for this land. And I know Tyler, I've just been following it since I found out about 2 years ago. And he'd mentioned, they're trying to prep the land for whoever might buy it down the road. At the end of the day, if we as a board decide to sell this, I didn't mean to look at you like you're gonna make the vote too. If we decide to sell it, our role is to not judge who the buyer is. And that sets us up. People have brought some great information to the table tonight about lawsuits and whatever. We have a lot of homework to do, but we can't be biased on who the buyer is.
But we do work for the community, right?
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like, we
I
can't
know.
say, hey, if Taco Bell's gonna go in there, but I don't like Mexican food and I vote not to sell it to Taco Bell, I'm discriminated against Taco Bell. So we have a fine line.
That's totally different. That'd be like, hey, people of our community, our constituents, do you guys want Taco Bell here? We work for you.
Right.
We'd get their input.
Right, but
And
them
if they're
not
like,
having
yeah,
a
we want
buyer-
Taco Bell, we're gonna put,
Them not having a buyer isn't what we're looking at. We have to look at the business aspect of it and what is the business decision, not the personal part. I'm just answering that question as I hear it out a lot in the community that they don't have a buyer. And that should discourage us from selling. And I'm not saying I'm for it. I'm with whoever just said they weren't pro-mega site. I'm not pro-mega site either. I've said it from day one. I hate seeing the houses torn down. I see the farms torn down. My mom won't drive down Hill Road because we drove by and she watched Henry Jennings' house come down and his barn tore down. Him and my dad were friends. They sat in their barns with each other. It was very hard on her to watch that house come down. I watched my childhood friend's house torn down, her dad's house next door that I seen him in last before he died, the barn. It's very emotional. It's very emotional, this whole process. I live 2 miles from it, born and raised here. At the end of the day, we have to take emotions out of this though. And that's gonna be very hard, and I appreciate whoever it was that said we have a hard decision in front of us. We do, because I feel a lot of pressure that we even had the Monday Township Supervisor here tonight asking us for the second time, what's going on? We're just we're one entity in this entire project that is homeowners and churches and different things. We're one entity. We don't know everything going on there. We're not part of the project. But I feel like everyone's looking at us as a school building. If we don't sell, it's gonna stop it. And I'm here to say, if we don't sell, we don't sell. But that leaves us at bay to be built around. They will do it. If it's coming and we don't sell, they will build around us. If it's the government and beyond, this is not a Monday Township project. It is our governor and beyond project, and they don't care. They are gonna build around our school. Our 9.26 acres is less than 1% of the rectangle, not counting they own 100 acres across the street. And I feel they will. I feel they will build around us. So we have one of two choices. Relocate our kids while we have the chance to do it, or take that chance and not, and as Chuck said, you asked about emailing us. I had already written that down, email us. I'd love to hear people say, what are the pros of keeping Moorish? Knowing all the things we know, I'd ask Tyler during the break, how many houses have you already torn down? They have 20 flat demolished, seeded, whatever, and 11 scheduled to go in the next couple of weeks. That's a lot. That tells me something's happening. Whether they put up the new electrical poles or not, we were driving down and saw new poles up the other day. So, I mean, I'd love the community to email us all and tell us, good, bad, and different, why they would want us to sell or not sell. Somebody also mentioned that there's no one that sits on this board that's actually gonna make the vote that lives in the mega site. Someone mentioned conflict of interest. None of us live there, and if we did, it was our personal home. There's no conflict of interest of anyone voting that owns a house in there. Again, I'm trying to answer the questions that were brought up earlier. And we don't sell, what happens? Sorry. I'm getting there. I just want to make, again, I was writing down questions so I can't answer them now. Might be all of them. And I think we do as a board, we have a lot to talk about and to consider. I know it was mentioned that he had talked to Rod and developed, and Rod had said, this is what we need. And I don't think that they come in here and they presented to the board what Rod had told them we needed. That's my understanding of it, is X amount of, whatever. And they've added in all the amenities they can. And if they have a budget of $40,000, or $40 million, and they can build us a new building and add fields and things we don't have at Moorish, I guess that's a plus too. But at the end of the day, we have a lot to talk about. And it boils down to, we either get a new building or we could be built around.
Thanks, Andrea. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm just not gonna make decisions based on assumptions, that's all. Like, every choice we make, we have the superintendent and Bill Loader and Travis sometimes, and Jamie bring us all the numbers, all the facts before we're supposed to make a decision on anything, so why should this be any different, I guess is where I'm at with it. They don't have a site plan, they don't have a buyer, yet we're gonna make a decision based on an assumption, and that's just crazy to me.
Thank you. Chuck, do you have anything?
I have just a few bullet points, mostly to the public's comments. Thank you very much for putting up with all of our day-to-day business. Appreciate everybody's comments. You see how we operate. I get a little excited and passionate about some things, but I'm here working for you. I mean, we don't make any money to be here, really. I'm doing it because I want to make the school better and the district better that I've lived in my whole life. The end of the day, though, I jotted down some notes, is that our meetings are crucial for you guys to portray what you want us to do and us to feed back and let you know in a very transparent way what we're doing. And then you come back to us and we can adjudicate and try to figure out how to make it right for everybody. At the end of the day, this board is not going to make everybody happy. Somebody on that side of the table or that side of the table is going to be unhappy. We just have to go with the majority, and at the end of the day, we have to do what's best for our children. So at the end of the day, and I can assure you, with me here, I am 100%. Of course, I always look at the money because I want a big bang for the buck. But I'm going to be here for the children. I'm going to be here for you, the public, the parents. And I think that, and I think I made this comment before, it's like we got caught in a snare. Swartz Creek Schools is kind of sitting about 3 miles, actually, from the site. And then a couple years ago, some people came to the meeting and hit us with it. And we didn't even know. It was a group of people from Monday Township. And I'm like, what the heck are they talking about? I don't even know what the hell's going on. And because we were kind of in the dark. And we've been in the dark. And I've reached out to several people. I know Lurby. I don't know the other guy's name, Tyler. Didn't know him, met him today. I know a lot of the people out here. And I started finding out information on my own. And I don't know what they're doing is Hoyle or not, by the rules. But it's our job. It's really not our job to find out those rules. That would be law enforcement, Attorney General's office, civilian groups that actually sue them or go after them that way. At the end of the day, if they approach us and it's legal, we have to make a decision here that's going to be very difficult. I know. I argue with my fellow board members, but at the same day, we're all kind of in the same box. We're just in different corners sometimes. But I can assure you it'll be transparent, whatever we do. I found out about this 2 weeks ago, that we had an offer. And it was never brought to me, and I'm in charge of building and operations. Don't know why, but it wasn't brought to me. And I think we're playing catch-up. I don't think it was brought to Lother Board. I don't know who it was brought to or who it wasn't, but it wasn't brought to me. And we're going to have a difficult decision. We have a lot of homework to do. This board has a lot of homework to do. It'll be done in public. As we mentioned, it'll be after the operations meeting, and you guys are welcome to come, because whatever we talk about, you guys should hear. It affects you guys just as much. At the end of the day, I kind of agree with Andrea, that we have to, if they say, hey, we're dropping a wrecking ball here, I don't want to sell it. I don't have to, because I don't want to uproot it from a community. I don't want something that's potentially toxic in my neighborhood. I only live half mile that way. So we will do our due diligence, be transparent, try to do what's best for our children and our community as a whole. And I encourage everybody to email us. And once again, thank you for being patient and staying with us. And if anybody wants to talk after the meeting, I'll be available. I'm a workaholic, so I'll stay. Thank you. Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, George. Go ahead.
Oh, my comment was, I also think maybe we should look for an alternate location that's farther away from this mega site, because to go 2 or 3 miles down the road is really not that far. And if we're gonna go to all that trouble, let's look, for some alternate locations.
That's true.
Thanks, Kim.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right, I think we've said enough about all of that, and I appreciate everybody's patience. We try not to stay this late, but it's important. I want to thank Jim for his willingness to serve as our interim superintendent, and for my fellow board members for the confidence of putting him in that position. And like I said before, Chuck, we'll have the conversation about what our next steps are. But Jim, in the meantime, you have our support. And we know that you will do the best for our students, for our staff, for our community, and you've always done good things. And so congratulations again. Thank you, Katrina, for lending him to us. I'll tell you that in advance. And with that, I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
Second.
All right. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.